Hello, everyone. Hope you're well. Good morning, Mr. Art Hostage. Everything's going good for you. Hope everything's going good. And everyone else who's wanting to come in, there's the link. Just thought I'd put one on and, a little bit of sort of fun and laughter. Bit of a pre Halloween thing as well. I think that's in order. It's a big thing for a lot of people. And have you been asleep most of the day then, Mr. Hostage? Or what's happened in your world? Because it was a bit draining that last night, wasn't it? Jesus. Unbelievable. In many ways, unbelievable. And at certain points, not good fun. But everyone, type a message, say hello. You know, let us know if you've got any plans for the up and coming celebration. A lot of people say for kids, but I know a lot of adults actually really like uh, Halloween, etc. So is Turbo one of the people that races down to the door and gives the kids sweets, crisps, money? Or is it one of them where he doesn't answer to the door? Because it's annoying. I've been a bit of both, to be honest. But there was one year when my son got to about his mid-teens and he'd had a costume which was he had to be a certain type of wolf that he'd seen on some, I think it was Wolverine or something like that. And he got this costume and it was for a Halloween party that he was going to, and it was awesome. And as a trial run, because the party wasn't actually on Halloween Day, it was for the Saturday, and this was like Thursday or something. We thought we'd check it out and see, how good it was. So we got him all dressed up, all the rest of it, and yeah, as the kids were coming into our garden, he was hidden, and then they get to our door just about to knock it, and he'd come out and scare the bloody life out of him. So my sound's not too great. I don't know why. Bit of a strange one.
Morning.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks, Call Tools. I'm still half asleep. These long lives are playing havoc,
Well, especially the draining ones.
Yeah.
You know, I felt, and for obvious reasons, it was just a bit too much. Over the top, pathetic,
Well,
and
first of all, are you feeling better? That's what I want to know.
yeah, it wasn't so bad. I had a bit of a stretch up and got moved a little bit here and there and done some stretches. And
You sound 100% better.
yeah, it does feel better, but it's still there.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, no, that's good news. That's very good news. I'm really pleased because you were struggling yesterday, and you were trying as much as possible, but I could tell you were struggling and you was in quite considerable pain. And it's nice to see that that it's eased somewhat today.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, do you know when it's your like your ribs at the side? It's them, and when they pop, they can dig in as well into your lung a bit. But when it's
Yeah,
at the side, it's kind of 10 times worse than maybe your front or maybe your mid back or something. But at your right side, oh god, it's horrendous. I don't know whether it presses on your bloody organs or something as well. I think I remember being told because it's very bad. But anyway, yeah, it's not too bad, and it's come good. I kind of been through it before, so I know what to do. If you know what I mean. It's just I couldn't implement it, and it wouldn't have worked that quick last night. Anyway, this morning rather. So anyway, I got there a bit, and it's a lot better.
Oh,
Good
that's
stuff.
good. That's good.
Because do you know as well when you want to listen to a few friends and whatnot, and try and have their best interests as well. It's like that ain't always easy to leave because you want to kind of like police it a little bit as well. But no, it kind of worked out all right in the end. It wasn't so bad. It's a lot of hours really that people have done in recent days. It's a bit of an effort, and I think Steve was feeling it. I had a couple of messages with him this morning, and he was feeling it.
Yeah, I got a message from him. When was it? He wrote. Let's have a look. Yeah, but I got a message about 8 hours ago from him, and I've only just got it now. But yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I think what last night actually did achieve, it actually showed. It actually did show. Who was sort of responsible for certain things, and it highlighted the absurdness of it all. Really, it showed how absurd the whole thing is, really, because all of the arguments are really they're sort of petty, really, considering the bigger picture of everything, and it just shows it's backbiting and a load of nonsense, really, and certain people are doing things for attention seeking. They want to be the centre of attention. That's why I just put my mic on mute for hours last night and sat back and was just listening to it all.
Yeah, it did show a certain pattern, which was quite good because certain sort of people, they get enough rope, they hang themselves. And I said it for some time, that it will work out like that. You get enough rope, you hang yourself, and that's what's starting to happen.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
yeah,
it's like you're like this analogy, metaphor, called tools. It's like going to a fun fair and they've got a booth and it says arguments, right? 2 for £1. And it's like you go in and then there's someone sitting there and they argue with you for 5 minutes and then you come out again. It was honestly, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I was just sitting back, and every time someone came in, there was someone attacking them straight away, and 5 times it happens to 5 different people.
yeah. And problem is, the Master of the Ring last night, for the majority of it, he was, bemused, bored, and pissed off with it. But then he went away and apparently didn't know what was happening. But when you give admins to certain people and allow them to have, the hand in the cookie jar, they will do what they want, and that's what was happening towards the
Yeah,
end.
no, you're true. That was right. Let's have a look. Did he? Oh, good. Yeah, that live on Carpackie Kid last night. It's been taken. It's not there now. So
Yeah, I thought that would have happened. To be fair. Now then, John, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
who's that? John
Anarchy,
Haywood.
my
Yeah,
man.
John
From the
Haywood.
States, Anarchy. Nice to meet you, mate. I will. You need to go and subscribe to Art Hostage if you're not already, Anarchy. Um, very good channel, interesting, huge following, getting big, and it's becoming a little bit tough at the top. Let's put it that way, yeah.
Yeah, well, my channel's only as good as the people that contribute. whether that's comments, whether that's subscribers, or whether that's guests like your good self. So I mean, let's get that straight as well, you know. And I mean, I only respond to the kind of feedback and the people that are there. So it's a joint effort, really.
I mean, I hope in the future more will come on, because it elevates it somewhat. I'm not saying just because I've gone on there, you know, and had you know, a series of lives, but you know, it was nice to see Grip to come on and all that. You know, the more people that come on and interact, and then the chat will interact that bit more. It makes it much more interesting, and makes it for a, you know, great content, great show, interesting stuff. Just a minute. Now we've got a guy. Look, he's taking statements already.
Oh, sorry. I'll have to go.
Yeah, I know. To learn not to. It's not about. It's about how you whacking the keys, but then you mute yourself. You can't talk. So,
well, ironically, Plastic Paddy just sent me a message because I responded to him, and he just sent me a little message. That's all. Hope everything's well. And I just sent him back a message saying Cool Tools is live now. We're over there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tweet out that you're live now with the link to your thing on my Twitter page. Okay, so when you hear me tapping, I'll tell you what I'm putting. Cool Tools is live now, and we are all going over there. Please join us. Right, okay, and there you go.
Johns and Goulburn, good to see you. Oh, that's good. Thank you very much, mate. I'll be putting your link up in a minute.
Yeah, well, it's on there now. So I mean, you know, I've just, you know, followers that follow me on Twitter is about what number 5,300 now. So there's a few people.
That's got to be towards some way of the success of your channel, isn't
it? Yeah, it does help because people might who might not might see me on excuse me, people who might see me on Twitter, then they may come across, you know, it's just for me, it's just a procedure that I do every time. Hang on, let me get my link. Someone asked for my link. Is it all right? I put it in the chat. Is it my channel link? Tapping these keys, you do. Sorry about that. Do you mind me putting my link in there, Cool Tools? Hello? Hello? What's happened here then?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just going to put your link up now.
Oh, right, I've just stuck it up there then. I don't know if that's the right one. I
don't know whether it'll go up, mate.
Oh, okay. Let's have a look. Oh, no, my link didn't go up, no. Oh, doesn't it let you do it then?
Not unless you're a moderator.
Oh, okay, right.
Just put it up. There you go. So that's our hostages channel. There you go. Everyone knows what to do. Purple Slip, how you doing, brother? Nice to see you. Oh, here we go. Tony Gilmartin. Top of the morning to you, mate.
Morning, Tony.
And Purple Spliff's good people. He gets about. All go and subscribe to our hostage and eating. And Eddie Gannon, I hope. I'm disgusted at what was going on with Eddie Gannon when he was doing his music.
Oh yeah. Although he did make me jump though, Cool Tools, when he came straight in with no intro. I was sitting there and all of a sudden he went straight in and started singing. It made me nearly jump out my chair. But yeah, it was. I mean, it's just
pissed off. Yeah, the poor guy's getting pissed off because simply, yeah, you know, you start doing a song, yeah, and somebody purposely talks over you, just to be, you know, a dick.
I'll tell you what it reminded me of. You know, when sometimes someone sings a song and you've got a dog in the room and he starts looking towards the air and howling. That's what it sounded like when someone was interfering or joining in. It sounded like one of them dogs going.
Yeah, and it's so disrespectful because you know, Eddie will go on whatever channels, yeah, and if you ask him to perform a song, he will. I've never known him ever say no, and he will perform a song for people on a channel, channel owners, whatever. And you know, he never expects you know, you to put his link out or anything. You know, it's nice when you do, and it's like so disrespectful. I mean, I get everyone on when they're on my channel. I get everyone to mute themselves, but obviously that wasn't my channel and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's you know, quite annoying. Sorry, guys, we're just going through a couple of bits and pieces that happened last night on another live, which is a little bit rude. And you know, we'll put that to bed in a minute. You know, got better things to talk about, really. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to take away from that. But you know, when it when a bad seed keeps popping up, you got to pick it out, haven't you?
Yeah. Right, cool tools. I'm just going to go and grab some porridge. I'll be 2 seconds.
You do what you got to do, mate.
Thank you.
Do what you got to do. Yeah, it's a shame, you know, like that. But anyway, I do believe, you know, it's about handling these things correctly. So, you know, that's what it's all about. So, what we got 9 in now. I'm sure there's a few more people might come and have a look. So, I don't know whether anyone participates in Halloween or anything like that. I'm really don't anymore. I think my son might go to a bloody piss up or something tonight, but that's about it. He's in his 20s, so he's gone past that. But no, it's a big thing for a lot of people in America. It's huge, isn't it, guys? Huge. Some of the stores I go and have a look at, your Home Depots and your places like that, on a couple of channels, because I used to keep my hand in doing a bit of tool business, and yeah, full of the stuff, and really not cheap stuff either. You know, pretty damn. Now then, Jeff C. Accountability, how you doing, brother? Nice to see you. Yeah, it's like the amount of stuff and the sort of, you know, we're talking full sized ghouls and, you know, creatures and this and that, and you know, they're pretty decent, but they put them in. God, it's about a week or two and they're gone. You know, I think they reduced the price dramatically. If you could fill a couple of containers full of that, bring it over to the UK, might have been worth it before, but I don't know about now with the price of the pound being ruined. Summit's coming, I'd say. I don't know if anyone wants to put any opinions in the chat. Summit's coming again. I think, you know, yeah, COVID was a real test of what they can get away with, but I do also think there's something else. It's all part of this. You know, who believes in a big reset? I mean, I do, but you don't know how it's going to be implemented, and you know, you get these inclinations. But let me tell you, I think there's something else. Because Brexit is the thing I think that they're going to mess with the Europeans with a lot. And then on the whole, that's going to do something in some way, shape or form with America and the rest of the world. And they're going to ruin it somewhere, I'd say.
All right, I'm back now.
All right, mate.
You know, when you get up in the morning, you need to eat something, don't you? Otherwise, you start to feel gagging and sick.
Yeah, that, you know, I'm actually about to do that myself. I like the old Muller Corner yogurts, me, the cherry ones.
You like the what? Sorry, cool tools.
Muller Fruit Corner cherry ones.
Okay.
Well, different ones, but I do like the cherry ones particularly. That's what I'm just about to eat. So, you know, if you can fill in a few gaps, I'd appreciate it. As you're about to eat something, yeah?
Yeah, I've just got one of those those little pots, oat so simple with golden syrup. You just put water on them, and it's just something that lines your tummy. If you don't eat, don't eat, when you get up, because when I get up and have a cup of coffee and no food, it makes me feel a little bit sort of sick. Hello, you got some of them rude things coming up, Call Tools.
Okay. What's coming up?
In the comments, them rude things, something about dating or something.
Oh, I can't see it yet.
Well, they're in the comments on here.
Right. Okay. I'll block them.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
found.
Have you spoke to anyone else today, Vix and Tonkin or any of them?
I've just been speaking to Vix and Eddie.
And Eddie, oh yeah, is she all right today? Is she getting better on? It was nice to see though that her voice has come back a little bit more.
Oh, believe me, it has. She's not so bad today. I don't know why it's giving me an error. Why not let me block them?
Are you doing it from the YouTube page or the StreamYard?
I was trying to do it through StreamYard, but
it won't work.
YouTube,
it won't work.
Yeah.
Listen to me sounding like I know. I only know that because someone told me that the other day.
Yeah, I've just done it now on YouTube.
Well, if we have a recap, Call Tools, it's been certainly an interesting week, isn't it, really? I mean, you and I speaking, then all the other things that happened, then we had all those different people saying they're the same in the back chat, honestly, and then last night was the cherry on the cake.
Really, yeah, a great description, because I'll tell you what, that one, the last one of yours, Jesus, I had to try and call it for you. You were going to persist.
Yeah, I know. You know me.
I was thinking to myself, is he fucking mad?
He likes
this medium so much, and I love that. That's good. Passion's great. But we were going round and round in circles with them fools. And I heard you talking to Darren last night, and it was pointless in a way, wasn't it? Idiots coming in, guys. Everyone in it. Idiots and idiots. And then, I mean, the week's sort of, there's a lot of things going on which are pretty, it's not every week. Prime Minister change, this and that, and you covered a lot of things as well on yours, and then finish off with a load of idiots, to be fair.
Yeah, and also on YouTube, I've got a defamation claim just on one video, and it said that they've listened to it and they've just blocked it in the UK, but I can appeal against it. So I know who that is. Someone has said, has filed a defamation claim against to YouTube against me on one video, and I looked at the video and I know exactly who it is. It doesn't matter. I mean, it just means that I can appeal against it in within 30 days. But I've just put that video to private now, and I could just do another one. But I know exactly who wrote that.
What video was it?
It was just one. It was what was it? It was. Let me tell you exactly which one it was. It was one that was. Oh dear. Yeah, it was one that was 6 hours long, and it was on October the 25th, and you was on there. It was the one where
I know what that's about, mate.
Yeah, it was the one with Gupta was driving home. Do you remember? And he had his dash cam on his vehicle. Early hours of the morning. You remember Dion was driving home and he came on the live with us?
Yeah, I do remember, yeah.
And so it's the one with, so I'm going to blame Dion.
That.
Sorry?
Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, I know exactly who it was. I'm not going to say his name, but the first word is Darren and the second one is G.
I'll tell you something else.
Go on.
I got people following me because I have inside information on a story that they absolutely are obsessed about, yeah?
Right.
and they tried to get every little bit out of me, tried to get me to talk about this and that and the other, how I know this, how I know that, all the rest of it, yeah. And that one of them people has told someone who's got a channel, and that channel did a video today and following along exactly what I said. And not just that, tried cross-referencing it to a statement that was made. Yeah?
Right.
Which I kind of agreed with, yeah? And to make it seem like it was like theirs or credible or they found it, they cross-referenced it with a real statement, yeah? Which I kind of know about and did anyway. But no, they bring a video out 9 minutes long or something, and it's absolutely saying what I said to you on your live. Because I've never said that Virgin Events out loud. I've said it to 3 people before.
Mm-hmm.
But I know certain people follow me as a person, not as a channel as much. They do the channel as well, I'm sure, but I hardly do anything. So, but yeah, they follow me and they follow my comments. They've got some, I don't know how they do it. They kind of get on my comments somehow, making people smile. Morning, sir. Hope you're okay. I can't use art saying that unless I'm on his channel because, you know, it's his channel. Bobby Cush, nice to see you, mate.
Bobby, I haven't seen Bobby for ages. Bobby Crush. Hello, Bobby.
He gets about.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby Crush and I, we don't agree on everything, but that's what makes it more interesting. It always does. And going back to that, you know, when I had that defamation thing from YouTube, initially I thought, well, who could I have possibly defamed? And then I got to 433 different people. So, you know, and counting.
Not many then.
No, not many. I know.
433. How come? Is that people who've done stuff to you before?
No, I was just joking. But I mean,
sorry.
No,
but honestly, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, I know. I was just joking because
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that much, to be honest.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. I mean,
a few usual suspects, yeah.
Yeah, of course it is. I tell you what, though. I mean, standing back. I mean, you know, whether Elon Musk buying Twitter is a good thing. I mean, if he's going to relax the rules on censorship, that can only be a good thing. And hopefully, maybe that'll spread to YouTube and other platforms. They might start relaxing now, and rather than censoring people. I mean, I think that'll be a good thing, though, don't you?
Fucking hell, it's got to be for you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But no, I've never kind of. What it was with me, it was I've become not anti, but I've become reluctant to do Facebook after a few incidents. One in particular. It was over a matter of months, about a relative of mine as well, and it was bullshit. You know, it kind of it cost him half of everything he had, a marriage and this and that. You know, it was pathetic, and it was all started by some bitchy models. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Basically, yeah, getting into his marriage and this and that, and you know they'd had plans. They would give her a couple of years. I'm going to say too much. And, you know, they were renovating an old building and this and that. And they both put money in. But it was like, kind of, it looked as though she was almost level with him. But really, he put a lot more in. Because he put a hell of a lot of time. He took time away from his company to do this particular property as well. It's a really nice place, you know. I'd say it'd be worth about £1 million, you know, in the north of the country as well, you know. So that summit is, you know, 2 acres, shit like that, you know, stables, converted barn and all that. But yeah, it was. It got completed. It was completed about 5 months, and then it went into the bloody divorce.
Right.
Do
Yeah,
you
I don't use
Beasley?
Facebook. I've got Facebook. I don't use it very much. Twitter. I know people
Well,
say,
that's what put me off Twitter as well. You see,
yeah,
so I
yeah.
never done it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with Twitter, I just use it as a platform just to get articles out there. I use it as a storage point for latest articles and as a communications vehicle. I mean, it's easy to direct message people on Twitter and have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen my Instagram. It's very, very sparse, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Again, Instagram is, I just use that as a vehicle. I find Twitter a lot more user friendly with
Okay.
messages and that. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, with me, it was like a bit of a. I wanted to watch some bits and pieces to do with my son and things like that. So it was. That's why I did the Instagram, but I made sure it's pretty sparse because I'm very cautious over that type of stuff now. In some that I know it can be great and everything, and obviously if I was looking at really going for it, I'd great for promotion and everything, and there you go, you got 5,500 followers. What can what can you say to that? And you can reach them dead easy, so it's awesome, isn't it? I didn't know
Yeah.
you could do all the videos like you can as well. I only noticed that last few months.
What's that on what?
Twitter, like you can put up full videos, can't you? And this and that. I didn't realise you could do that. I just thought it was for comments
Yeah,
originally.
yeah, you can. I mean, that again, I need teaching how to do it, but you can take 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and put it up in like a GIF or something like that. But I don't know how you do that. I mean, I'd like to learn that. I really need about a week to learn how to use these platforms properly, because I'm not getting the maximum out of them.
Yeah, it's. I think you just need to keep to a few of them, a few mediums. I got directed through a friend who couldn't put his video on YouTube, his full video. So what it would play so much of it, or the introduction, and then it would go blank the screen, and it give you a link to BitChute.
Right.
Don't know whether you ever heard of that, but obviously you probably have. I've never been on it, but I went on there, and that was quite refreshing because you're going up and down just one set of stuff, and there's all the different people and all their latest bit of content, and tells you how long it is, and click on it or don't. You know what I mean? And it was pretty damn good way of getting into, rather than having all the choices in front of you. You kind of go up and down rather than there's only one sort of avenue, yeah, rather than having two or three, and then you're looking from side to side. This is just up and down, and it's the latest thing, and all different stuff, and it's a massive variety, and it was quite good, you know, and I consider that. So John Hayworth, what's the score with this? It was on telly earlier. Dickheads getting dragged off the streets of London. What was that about?
Yeah, what was that? I didn't see that today. Yeah, I mean, I need catching up. I've been asleep all day, so I don't know what's been going on. Does anyone else know what's been going on?
I don't. I've no idea.
I did look
So
at
I'm sure you'll fill us in.
I did look at the soccer, and Brighton did well. Liverpool lost again. They're not very good when they play in the league, but they're really good in Europe.
Yeah, it's funny how Liverpool are, isn't it? It's a bit kind of
Well,
oil thing.
I mean, today, how about this one? Brighton and Hove Albion were at home to Chelsea, and Chelsea stole their manager, Graham Potter. And then Brighton today beat them 4-1 at Brighton's home ground, which is an incredible result. 4-1.
Yeah, for a lot smaller team, isn't it?
Yeah.
With a lot less budget.
Yeah, and morning Doyle, you're right. Spurs again. That's always my top team.
Oh,
Spurs.
God, Doyle. Oh, dear.
They won 3-2. Yeah, I know. Come on, Call Tools. We have a little backwards and forwards because I know you're an Arsenal supporter. But listen, I've always liked Arsenal when they play well. They've been through the dumps a little bit, but they've started this season as the #1 team, and they thoroughly deserve it. That is true. No one can dispute that. I mean, I'm a Tottenham supporter, but it'll be churlish and stupid for me to say that Arsenal are not the best team. In the league this year, Arsenal have been the best team by far. I mean, that's,
Yeah, they
you
look
can't
very
deny
well,
that.
don't they? Yeah.
Sorry?
They look very well. My brother's a season ticket holder.
Is he?
Even though we live up north, yeah, he's got a season ticket. And he's a bit of a big hitter, you know what I mean? He's done all right for himself, and he's the absolute fanatical one of us all, yeah?
Right.
We're all Arsenal supporters, all of us, yeah, whole family. My dad's
Okay.
a friend at club. I'm a friend at club. We're going to Highbury and everything since we were kids and whatnot when we could, and a really in touch, well-funded, organised football club, because it's like when my sister passed away. They had some of the players do a message when she was, getting really poorly. Do her a message, you know. Um, one or two of the other players had, contacted my brother. My brother kind of like, has details of one or two. Righty does, yeah, we know Righty, and that's Ian Wright, and because we used to go in the players' bar, and that would include you if you're in the supporters club or season ticket holder, something like that. You got access into the players' bar, and there'd be a certain amount of players that would come down for a drink after the match, and that would really include you, you know. So a lot of clubs do that. That's fine. But when my sister passed away, they inscribed her name on one of the guns. They're having some new guns made, for Emirates, and they inscribed her name on one of the guns, and obviously stuff like the program and things like that, they put messages in there for her and all that kind of stuff. And then obviously when she passed away, they mentioned it as well, and it got mentioned over the tannoy and things like that, and it makes you feel like you're part of something, a lot bigger than yourself.
Yeah.
So a really, really good club, not just for the football. You've got thick and thin in it.
Yeah, well, unless you support Tottenham, Cool Tools, and then it's thin and thin because they never win anything.
Yeah, but do you know what it is? My brother knows people who are Tottenham supporters, who work in London, and they do an exchange. Yeah, so when it's a Tottenham Arsenal game, he'll go there under their invite. Might have a box or something like that. I don't know. They did do one year have a box, and then the next time he'll invite them over to Emirates when it's there, and it's a bit of banter and all the rest of it. But one time they tried getting him to wear a Tottenham shirt,
Right.
and there was nearly a fucking riot.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, fucking, he's not really, he wasn't a fighter. He'd stick up for himself, blah blah blah, protect his family. But I think that's the only next best thing to get him bloody roaring, and he was roaring. We're trying to put it on him.
Yeah.
When it behind him, yeah, hold his arms, trying to put it on him.
Oh no! This news.
Name on it and everything.
This news has just dropped. Katie Taylor retains her undisputed lightweight world championship. She beat the other lady, Elizabeth Caraballo, the Argentinian. She beat her on points. So well done to Katie Taylor. I like Katie Taylor. I must admit, she's had a tough time. Her father got shot by gangsters years ago, and it's and it's a shame that Katie Taylor can't defend her title at Croke Park in Dublin. I just would really love to see that, but unfortunately, because of the gangster stuff in Dublin, there's been no boxing since the Regency, a hotel attack in 2016.
they put a ban on it, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on, you can't have something like that, can you?
It's too long though now. Come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I think it'll be after the trial they'll do something, won't they? They'll lift that after it's all said and done.
Well, I think once the Kinahans are in custody, maybe they will then.
Yeah, because that sort of shit. Jesus, it is borderline in a terrorist attack. I'm amazed, and credit to the Hutch lot. I'm amazed that that it wouldn't maybe one or two of the wrong people shot or a bit of a shootout and more people hurt because people are G'd up with firearms. They might not be trained, all the rest of it. They might not ID people correctly, but let's be honest, they did, didn't they? They only got somebody that they ID'd, and there was no unprofessional. It sounds a bit funny me saying that, but do you know what I mean? Like there would be other groups that would do something like that, and it would be a turkey shoot regardless. And it was almost like a terrorist attack. But credit to them, they were very, very controlled, and it was very, very measured. Let's say, yeah, they killed someone, all the rest of it, but in a way, them type of things can go fucking crazy in a millisecond, and I think they knew as well. They had what's the word I'm looking for? They had kind of free reign as well. I believe they knew that. But yeah, it could have been a lot worse, and it could have gone crazy, and it didn't. It's very difficult to ID people when they're running around and people are afraid and hiding and this and that. And it'd be easy to make a mistake. Happens all the time, doesn't it, with these bloody idiots with guns? They ain't got a clue what they're doing. So that in a big group, when they thought they had many targets, yeah. And do you know what I mean? And I thought that was very I don't know, it's admirable, but it was kind of professional. Because somebody hides down behind a chair or near a table, and you're 20 yards from it in a darker room where the weighing is a bit darkish, yeah, and you've got a gun and you're looking, and he looks a bit like that guy. It's easy to, you know what I mean? I've been in a few situations where you draw down, and it's that millisecond before you pull the trigger. You've got to make a decision.
Good God.
And it's that pause. You pause for like half a second, and you make that decision. And they made the correct decision every time. They would have drawn down on many people that day. They're pointing guns at fucking hundreds of different people, looking for the right ones. And it's all very fast. You got to imagine it. I've been there. You got to imagine it. Yeah.
What's Paul Tools? What's the time? What's the time by your clock or your watch?
Let me have a wee look. It is now 1:02.
Yeah, it's not. It was 2:02, but they've gone back. It's now 1:02 again. As Bobby Crush said. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock again. It was 1 o'clock an hour ago. Now it's 1 o'clock again. My poor little head's spinning with it all. So everyone, it's 1 a.m. now. It's 1 a.m. Okay, not 2 a.m. Or is it 1? I don't even know. Because there's nothing worse. I mean, I got up one day and it took me all day to realise that the clocks had changed.
Well, it's Groundhog Live. That's why I did it. Groundhog Live, yeah? You get 2 bites of the fucking cherry. So I don't know whether anyone realised that, but I've been told about all this bloody clock change all day long. Yeah, Bobby Crush, you know what I mean? So now 1:15's coming again, you see? And I don't profess to be the the most cleverest person in the room, but I thought that'd be quite funny, and that's why I did it the day before Halloween as well. thought that'd be interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's Sunday now. I lose the days. It's Sunday now, isn't it?
It is, mate, yeah.
Yeah, it's Sunday, and tomorrow is Halloween, and Tuesday is the 1st of November.
Correct.
And that is the first day of winter. Is that correct? November, or is it December, January, February? I can't. I'll never get it. When does winter start?
Really, it is November, isn't it? But I don't. I never known it to be the first. But I could be wrong. You know, I don't always.
We have 3 months.
I go on the weather.
Yeah. Mind you, you can get. You never know though, do you? But I think December, January, February is winter. March, April, May is spring. June, July, August is summer, and then September, October, November is the fall or autumn. Is that right? I don't know whether I've got that right. Summer,
but as time goes on and all this stuff's happening, weather changes and that, yeah. I mean, is it going to, is it going to remain? It's not. It's never been sort of definite anyway. We used to have them seasons, didn't we?
Yeah.
But now it's kind of like, that could be the official word. But, really the seasons change as they change, don't they,
Yeah, and I always get it wrong. It's clocks that go back now, don't they? Not forward. Because John Hayworth's saying here, your clocks have gone forward tonight. Next week, I think here. No, it's back. The clocks have gone back, isn't it? Yeah, they've gone back here. And I think in America, though, it's not next weekend, the weekend after, or it's in America. And as Coultall's rightly pointed out, we don't know why. Why do they do it at different times? Why not all at the same time?
No idea. It's just decisions, isn't it, by the bloody ones in charge. I suppose it's just that each country, that they don't always want to be the same, I suppose.
Well, the reason our clocks go back is because of the Scottish farmers, isn't it? And the dark.
I thought it was for the light.
Yeah. Scottish farmers and the children going to school. Otherwise, they would be going in the dark.
Oh, I know. Right? I thought you meant why. I thought you meant why we weren't doing it at the same time as the
US.
No.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about that, but I know in the UK that the hours change so that the Scottish farmers can do the stuff on their farms and the children going to school don't have to go to school in the dark. Is that right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look, John Hayworth said that Arizona doesn't do it. So Arizona stays at the same time all year round.
Right. Well, you see, I always believed it was for the children, and going to school and people coming over for work, trying to just keep it a bit lighter. I didn't know the farmer thing. Never heard that one.
I've just heard people talk about it. I don't know the details, Coultall's, but I just hear people talking about it, and they mention Scottish farmers and things like that. But
would that be something to do with a grouse shoot, maybe?
Do you know, maybe trying to get the crops in or doing something? I really don't know.
Yeah, but the crops, were they coming in at that time?
No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, maybe I really don't know, the cattle or something, getting them out of the cart.
Yeah, maybe. I do know that bloody hell, a lot of people find this a bit amazing, really. But let me tell you, grouse shoots, worldwide.
Yeah. Is that the 12th of August? Is that the 12th of August? It starts the start of the shooting season. Glorious 12th in.
I think so. Yeah, and it moves on and on and on, and there's all different stages, and worldwide, for hundreds of years, it's been known, and it's probably Scotland's biggest industry. The money that's spent on joining clubs and having the right to grouse shoot and this and that, across Scotland, isn't just grouse, I believe, but that is the main one. It's like a phenomenal money earner. Someone told me once, I know someone who's bang into that and he does all that.
Yeah.
And he told me he's a member of a club down south which is 20 grand a year, yeah?
Right.
But he also had to be a member in Scotland of a shooting association and club to then get rights to shoot. And how much do you think that is?
Don't know.
another 20,000.
Oh
Yeah?
my God, blimey.
And let me tell you this, that's without the accommodation, that's without, all the fanciness and the evening, the few evenings. He'll go up there probably 3 times, and he pays 20 grand, plus he pays all the top dollar for, and all it is, and normally this is a guy that'll eat off the back of a Land Rover, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've done it with him. We'd eat off the back of a Land Rover, a fucking few sandwiches, a bit of bloody, food, a bit of cheese or whatever, a few drinks, yeah? Like that. And, but yet he'll pay to be part of that. And I think a lot of it is networking as well, because I have seen that. He'll pay them sort of fees. I think it's like 800 quid a night, and it was all, Michelin star stuff. And it was kind of like a scene that he had to be part of. And I do believe it comes into a lot of deals with farming and things like that. But they could do that elsewhere, do it at the fucking cattle market. Do you know what I mean? I worked at cattle market when I was a kid. And yeah, you could do it there really. In the cafe, deals could be done, but no, they kind of put a spin on it like that. And yeah, the grouse shoot. And huge thing, and I'm talking, hey, wait till you see the hardware. I mean, I was working in Ireland doing some private security. I was working with some of the biggest people in diamonds, yeah? And they were into that. And then one day he said, have you got shooting attire? I said, well, I got a barber. Oh no, that ain't no good. What about this, that and the other? He said, right, we're going shopping. So anyway, he told somebody to take me and another, because we got into the inner sanctum at that point, to go shopping. They took us shopping, spent 14 grand on me alone. I've still got one of the jackets now. I've actually got a picture of me with it on. 14 grand he spent just on me.
Good God.
Hell of a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah, I've just had a notification. I'll just sorry to interrupt you, Cool Tools. I just wondered if someone in the comments knows what time the Jake Paul Anderson fight starts. It's in Arizona, I think. Funny we mention Arizona, but I think Jake Paul, that influencer man, and Anderson. I hope Anderson knocks him spark out, to be honest. But then again, does anyone know what time the Jake
Someone
Paul...
will have a look for us, no doubt.
Yeah, because
I've also put my top cash back. There's it's a great thing, this. I couldn't believe it. I didn't ever sort of a bit skeptical about the sort of thing. Didn't think you get much pennies. Let me tell you, you put everything through this, you make a fortune. My sister got me onto it. It's pretty whipped up. And she does it when she buys it a 2 or 3% credit card as well. And the amount of money you get back is unbelievable. I don't do it like that. Let me tell you, you'll get a £10 start as well. And it's the best website in the country doing it. And you get money back on everything. It's unbelievable. I can't believe how much I've got back. I mean, just one thing, yeah. I spent is it 99 quid on something, right? I'd just spend that, didn't really bothered. Boom, 18 quid back in your account. £18 off 99. That's 20%, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much 18%, 19%. And I wouldn't have done that ever before. And I'm thinking, what? All I did is buy some bloody, a few tops and, yeah, £18 back when you're still getting it at the rock bottom price of the actual website. That was M&M Direct, yeah?
Right.
I think you get like 18-19% back. And it's like, what the hell? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I was just so surprised. That was my first one, and then there's loads of others which weren't mentioned, but it's well worth doing. Trust me, guys. Just for all you have to do is be on it then, through the link. And once you're on it, and you go through there to your site, you're not getting inflated prices or anything like that. It ain't like that at all. You get the exact same thing, but you get your kickback and I was so surprised. I did about 260 quid in 2 months back, so it's worth
Yeah.
doing, you know. And my sister, you know, she's got children and got my niece from my other sister, you know, that passed away, living with her and that, and you know, house to run, all the rest of it. And then she does it on the 3% a credit card on purpose. Um, you know, she says I can live off just that, my kickbacks. Do you know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah.
mean? And she's
Oh, yeah.
investing the money. You know, she's a wiki one. You know, she's involved with people in. You know, she's like does wages and personal assistant and all that, advisor and all that. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, she knows her shit, qualified in all that type of stuff, and yeah, she says I could live on my kickbacks.
Yeah, well,
You know
that's
what I
good.
mean?
Yeah, I've noticed that they put in here. Tony Gilmartin says 4 o'clock in the morning, and Doyle says it starts 9 o'clock Eastern time, which will be 10, 11, 12, 1. It's about now then because the clocks have gone back, so it'll be about now that it's starting.
Mm. So yeah, I guess so. So yeah, two. So really, no, I don't think it would be now. Yeah, the card would have started,
But not the fight. No.
not the main one. I wouldn't have thought. No.
Well, I think Tony Gilmartin's got it about right then, 4 o'clock, which is about 3 hours from now. It'll start.
Yeah, you. It's some. It's. Please put in the chat of. Please put in the chat if you're watching it live, please, because I'm not.
Nor me.
I wish I was.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It seems, yeah, we're all catching up with what's things, but we've all seemed to have bleary eyes from. I mean, it was a long day yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, I think I did 2 podcasts with other people. Then we went on the plastic paddy one. Then Vic started a new one, didn't she?
Yeah.
And then I had to finally go to bed. I mean, I was so exhausted yes, and you was the same, wasn't you?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was surprised when she announced it. She wanted to do one.
Well,
You know,
I think it was. Yeah,
you.
I think it was because we was all thrown off over on Paddy's because Paddy was
It was.
taking a
Yeah. It
private.
was. Yeah. Yeah. It
Yeah,
was. That
he was taking a private call, and we all seemed to drop off, and so Vic started a new one, and then I came over.
He wanted you on there on your own for a while, didn't he? That person.
It was strange though because when I was there with just him and myself, he became very sort of engaging and nice, and I thought,
Yeah.
you know, how can you change from one position and go 180 degrees, and so I just sort
I
of
know why. I know why.
why.
Because you're fucking up there. Right? You're doing good. You've got a good following, good content. Yeah. And I do know that person. He tried starting a channel with my lovely good friend. Loyal as hell. Did an awesome thing for me once, this guy. Awesome thing. Irish chap, yeah? And he started the channel with that guy and was an absolute cunt. Didn't put nothing into it. My guy put everything into it. Lots of money, merchandise, bought all the right equipment. The problem was they did too much too fast in the amount of lives. That's the lesson. They did too many lives too fast. And that was my friend Guinness. Yeah?
Oh, I did hear that name last night. I did hear that name,
Yeah,
Guinness.
yeah. Well,
I've never
Guinness,
known.
he did too many too fast and kind of burnt himself out.
And,
So,
I'm taking that on board now. I mean, to be honest, I went live Friday on mine. I'm going to not go live until tomorrow on Monday. I want to have a couple of days off. And even, I mean, I think now weekends, what I'm going to do is instead of me doing a live call tools, I'm going to go around to other people's channels and have a chat to them on there because it's sometimes nice to sit back. I mean, you've even said it, that it's nice to go on someone's panel, then you can mute yourself, make a cup of tea, come back and all that. And you don't, it can be quite pleasurable, can't it?
yeah, it takes the pressure off you, doesn't it? You know?
Yeah.
You don't need, you know, like, you got massive content coming anyway. You know, there's a, you know, and also I do believe sometimes when it's a lot longer, it kind of it makes it harder for people to watch. I'm a fan of breaking it up a bit for people,
Hmm.
you know. And if they're far too long, you know, your views are going to be down, aren't they? Because who's got the time unless they just got it on like on the side or something on the device to listen for 8 hours, 6 hours, you know, 4 hours. It's a long time to have your attention sort of on one thing, unless you can work around it, just leave your phone on the side or whatever and just listen. And I have had plenty of people that do that. And I had a few comments about a live I did with a guy in America, and we had there's a workshop with about 80 people working through the night, and it was a mechanical sort of, you know, where they make stuff from, you know, I don't know if it's gun parts, I've no idea what it was, but they make stuff like engineering, and we had the whole workshop stopped listening to us going
Yeah.
across the tannoy, going across the speakers to the whole building, and
Uh-huh.
they all stopped work listening to us because we're on about a certain subject, you know, and yeah, that got people's attention, but that was only a couple of hours, but they all stopped work. I thought, how can they get away with that? But somebody come and said, yeah, the workshop stopped because they're really listening to this. And it was on a guy called Ghetto's channel. But I don't know whether he made it private. He wanted to maybe put it Patreon or something like that. I don't know. Because
Right.
it was 5 hours long in total. But there was a certain part of it which stopped everyone in their tracks and they had to listen. And it was about 2 hours long. I was on there from about three, probably 2 hours in. It was about 5.5 hours long, but you know, I wanted him to send me that, and I think he will if I email him again. But yeah, that is what certain things can do, grip people, and then they stop and listen. But when it comes to 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, hmm, are they going to do that? That's why I'm a fan of breaking it up.
Yeah. I've just seen a story broken that Katie Taylor said at the end of her retaining her world titles that she really wants next year to fight at Croke Park. And let's just hope that they can do it. I really would love to see that. You know, and
Wow.
I've noticed, I don't know about you, Cool Tools, I've noticed that women's boxing right at the top level, okay, is really, really good. You know, they
Oh,
the art,
women's sport in general, mate.
yeah, at the top level, honestly, it really is. It's the art of boxing. You know, the women, you know, the women boxing, I'm really warming towards it at the top level and I'm really enjoying it. The
I
Clarissa
mean,
Shields,
women's football. I love it.
yeah,
As well.
you
I
know,
mean,
I
I'm
really
just
do.
generally with the sports that were mostly dominated by men that women are coming into.
Uh-huh.
They're smashing it, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are because you know
Yeah,
people might say it's slower, but actually it's really more controlled. You know, and you can really see the skill levels, especially in
yeah,
women's
yeah.
boxing. I mean, that fight with Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall, you know, it can be up there in say the top 5 fights of the year, including the men. You know, if you say what are the best boxing fights of 2022, you know, you'll have one or two women's fights in there, and that is a testament to how good women's boxing is. It really is good. You know, I thoroughly enjoyed the Clarissa Shields Savannah Marshall fight.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this latest one, but again, it went the whole distance. I don't know. It's something about
You
Katie.
can't watch it live. It's such a strange thing that you can't watch it live. And yeah, Doyle, listen to this, mate. I thought that was amazing. You know, the women do the World Cup and win it the first fucking time. I mean, women's football, I love watching it. They can finish.
Yeah,
I don't know, men are too pushy, a bit too, you know, bargy, argy, bargy, and all that stuff, yeah. And it's like the women, yeah, they have some of that, but it's kind of more of a skill thing, and they can finish and they score the goals. And look at that World Cup, amazing. I was buzzing for that.
yeah. I mean, Galbum says here. He says Galbum says
Ollie.
Jake Paul usually targets the West Coast of America audience. So it means usually 4:30 to 5 a.m. in the morning. Because again, that shows what Jake Paul is really. He's an entertainer. He's not really a boxer.
Yeah, and that is really his forte, isn't it? That he's more about the hype and the run up to it, and then you get what you get at the end.
And Tony Gilmartin says, and he makes a good point, easy work for Katie. Well, I'd say, Tony, there's no easy work, but I take your sentiment and your point. You're right. Yeah, it was a defence of her title. I'd like to see a rematch of Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano at Croke Park next year with 90,000 fans. I'd love to see that. That will be a wonderful fight to see. I'm not really up on who are at the top of the tree in the women's boxing. So there may be other good fighters out there, but for me, I'd love to see a rematch of the Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano at Croke Park next year. That will be a really good fight.
It's kind of difficult to know whether that'll happen because, all the politics. It's how quickly the Hutch trial collapses, in my view.
Yeah.
I've always said that from way before it started, haven't I? Yeah. I believe it's got to collapse. It's got to. I want to be right. I was right about a few bits to do with it so far. And it's not about being a bloody smart ass. It's like it tells me a bit about my own judgment as well. And what I know as an individual, what I try to learn. But no, I do believe it's got to collapse. And the sooner it collapses and gets pushed away and out of the media, the chances of Irish boxing may be coming back into its fore.
I still think though. I think it hinges all on the Kinahans. Once all the time they're free. I think
but
that
they're not there. I know they've got a big reach.
But it's a threat though.
Shit there. I know that.
It's the
They've
threat.
got a big reach. They can do stuff there and
Yeah.
everything. But surely that would. It ain't going to change anything anyway. Whether there's boxing on or boxing off, they're not going to be coming to the boxing, are they? So
no, I mean, no. Again, I don't know about the security issues. Tony Gilmartin says here she won all 10 rounds. So Katie Taylor won all 10 rounds of that fight. Okay, Tony, yeah. I'll have to go and have a look at that afterwards. But Cool Tools, I can't watch things live. I'm a bag of nerves. I always have to watch them.
I find that one a bit strange. I don't know.
I know. It's just me. I can't help it. Whenever it takes so much energy out of me watching something live, worrying this, that, and the other. Right. So I always just wait till afterwards. Even if I've got a link, I won't go and watch it. I keep thinking I'm going to tempt fate. Whichever side or person I choose. I feel that I might put the mockers on them. So that's why I always sit back.
I mean, that's kind of what people pay for, the excitement in a way. Morning, Clint. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. What are you off? Are you out and about going on a Mackie D's run tonight, or is it not? How's my Maxine anyway? Nice kiss for her, please, sir. Just you can open your Magnum in a minute. But no, good to see you, mate. Nice coming.
Who's that? I can't see who you're talking to.
Clint Brook, good man, good people.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, see him up there. Yeah, Clint Brook.
Serious guy, man. Serious guy.
Morning, Clint. Yeah, okay.
Get yourself subscribed over to our hostage if you're not. Can't remember if I've seen you in there, Clint, or not, but, I'll get a link up in a bit. But, yeah, Clint's got a good old story. We might have to have a chat about that at some point. I'm sure Maxine will put her bit in. Nice strong woman, nice strong woman.
Who?
Clint Brooks, Mrs. Maxine. Always puts her bit in. he can't tell the tale and embellish it and get away with it. No chance. Not that he does, do you know what I mean? But it's like any details she didn't agree with, she was setting him straight on a podcast. Only a couple of times, but it's funny. He was on a podcast before a couple of years back, and they interviewed him. But no, it's a bit of a crazy one when all these different characters come in. It's nice to learn a bit about these people. And I'd love it if more people came on the panel,
Hmm.
just to say hello even for 2 minutes. It's a start, and it's not as. I mean, God, if I really thought about it, my voice is pressed because my sternum and my clavicle press into my sternum a bit, uh, because they had to cut the end of my clavicle off and connect it to, I think it's ligament or muscle. I think it's ligament, and it pressing against. I'll take a picture of it actually and show you at some point. And it presses against my voice box a bit, and my
Ah,
voice isn't really what it used to be, and um, what some people would expect it to be. But listen, I don't give a shit. Yeah, it is what it is, and it's from an injury, and that's that. But now I'll take a picture of it actually and put it on. Why not? But that's the reason, And if you have any preconceptions like that, you'll never come on. And I've had so much fun, and by coming on the panels, and sometimes it gets a bit iffy, but also you learn so much. You have great conversations.
yeah.
I mean, just this week, fucking hell, name the bloody subjects. Hundreds of little sub-subjects, this and that, agreeing, not disagreeing, learning about something you never really knew about,
Yes, yes,
understanding the narrative. God, there's so
yes.
much, isn't there?
Exactly, and I was, and and we were on the panel with Vix, and the other day, and Vix was explaining something, and I never knew. Do you know, my poor little brain, I can't remember what it was, but it's in there. And so someone had mentioned it again, and and Vix explained everything, and I went, "Oh, I didn't know that, but I shall log that and remember that going forward." And that's what I love about all these different conversations, is that I always come away from every panel or every live, whether it's mine or other people's, yours, and I've learned something that I didn't know before. And for me, as someone who's addicted to lifelong learning, it's brilliant. It's lovely. And people say to me, "Where do you get all this information? How do you know so much?" Well, it's because I listen to what other people say, and that's how you learn things, isn't it?
Right, so growing up, I was told you have two ears and one mouth for a reason.
Yes.
And what happens if you listen? You learn. And
Hmm.
they were little objectives I was given when I was younger. I started doing it with my son as well. What a thing to do with kids, young kids, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, do
Hmm.
this if you've got them that age. You know, boom, giving them a little objective every morning before they go to school. Don't batter them. You don't have to say it 10 times a day. Just once or twice. Um, if you're there in the morning when they go, or you drop them off, what happens if you listen? You learn. And if you want to do better in school, son, you've got to listen first. And don't, you know what I mean? Don't interrupt your thoughts. And just get them into listening. And then me, I was one. I'm apparently on the ADHD, autistic spectrum, bloody Asperger's, whatever. But listen, if I got a subject that floats my boat, I will fucking know everything about it. Everything. Until, the end of the earth. And it's about enjoying learning about stuff. And I think everybody's got that, but some have it to a lot of different degrees. Whether some are like it 15%, some are like it 20. Some are, it's the effort you put in, and me, I'd say I was 99%. Because certain subjects, but if it didn't float my boat, then it'd be pretty dim. If it's a subject I wasn't really interested in, not bothered. But if it was one that I was, or it becoming part of my life that I became passionate about or whatever, that was it.
Yeah.
Bragging, it is, and I had to, you have to better yourself to be able to do that, reading and things like that. Unfortunately, my son, unfortunately, he was, I can't think what's called offhand. Dyslexic, and we had to bring him through that. Fortunately, he's the only son, only kid, so he's quite lucky in that respect. But yeah, we had to bring him through that because the work he was going into as well, even though it was artistic computer design and all that, you still have to read all the time, don't you? In everything,
Yeah.
everything you do, you got to read, haven't you?
Well, no,
So
exactly. And Clint says at the bottom here in the comments call tools, he says, both my foster parents were teachers. Well, I was adopted, Clint, when I was a baby, and I wished that my adopted parents were teachers, because when I was a little kid, we was always told not to. We was always told that education weren't for the likes of us. We were working class and all that, and I was never encouraged to learn. It was something for other people, and and I just think that maybe if I'd have been encouraged when I was a youngster, things may have been different. Not that I want to change things, but yeah, I mean, adopted parents, foster parents, if they're teachers, they can encourage the children to actually learn.
it's funny, as a kid, you get pigeonholed very quick by
Yeah,
the system.
you do.
You get pigeonholed, yeah, under one or two little things, or sometimes I believe there was agitators that would create a situation to kind of guide you, yeah, into whatever category, and very quickly the system would kind of pigeonhole you because of whatever reasons unfairly, into a certain demographic, and then they push on that. But the system was never going to encourage you and tell you the real way things are done. Yeah, you know, um, it was kind of like the very little basics, and it was kind of like you get to know about this much at this school. That's why there's the private schools and all the other bits and pieces. It's kind of done in such a way that it alienates a certain group. And no, Clint, I'm glad that you know what I mean. If you think that benefited you, fair enough, mate. There you go. With 7 GCSEs, I left with 6. But, fair play. And the thing is, it helps you, boost on to the next thing. And it's like my son, it was difficult getting him. Because also, Mrs. dyslexic as well. She's, a beautician, hairdresser, didn't really need too much of it. But everywhere you got to read now. And more so because of the internet. And he touched up on and worked really hard on that, and he's getting somewhere. He got his second interview for a really good job. He got told on Friday he's got that
Oh,
second
that's
interview.
good.
So but at the same time, he went to a competition today in
Yeah,
his chosen sport, won
yeah.
it in his weight. He didn't, because they do it in weights, obviously. He won it, and there was the Olympic team sort of like qualifiers or people there. He's already been on Olympic team weekends, yeah. So they were just coming spying at all different people, and they were
Okay,
spying on his particular matches as well. So
right.
that looked good for him, but those two things have come at the same time. So I don't think he can do both. Because what happens is when the Olympics into a year before the Olympics, they kind of they have to like just do that, I believe, something like that. They get the funding and all the rest of it, and then that's with their first time, yeah.
Right.
So whether he gets the offer or not, I don't know, but he's got his other offer for his job. But we'll see, and I don't even know whether they're putting a team out for that particular thing either. So that's freestyle wrestling.
Oh, I
Yeah,
remember you saying about that before. Yeah. John
yeah,
Hayward says John Hayward says in the comments. He said, "I was adopted in '68 from Lambeth, grew up in Blackburn, and now he lives wherever he does." Yeah, I was John Hayworth. I was adopted in 1964, so 4 years before you. Grew up in Brighton, okay, and I'm now where I am along the road on the beach. Yeah, so there's, we're sort of same sort of era there, in the 60s. When, sorry, if you don't mind me asking, Cool Tools, when were you born?
1974, so you're all a bit older than me.
Oh, you're 10 years, yeah, 10 years between us. Well, it doesn't
Yeah,
come across as that, So you're 48 now then.
that's right, yeah.
Okay. I'm 59 in January.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. It's been pretty much 10 years, isn't it? 11 almost.
And I don't know
I'm
about
in April. I'm in April.
Oh, right. I don't know about anyone else, but I always, when I was younger, I had a problem physically like reading books. Okay. And then all of a sudden, when the internet came along in about 93, 94, 95, it was like opening a whole new world open to me where I could read stuff online, but it was, for me, it was much more absorbing than reading out of a physical book. And I believe for me that was the trigger for me. And then from then I did go to university for 8 years. But there's millions of people out there who perhaps have got who are adverse to actually reading physical books, and the internet has produced so many very intelligent, very good people that would never have been able to fulfill that without being able to have the internet. And so in that ways, I think that the internet has been a marvellous thing.
Oh, 100%. I wasn't too bad with books,
I
personally,
don't know what it was. I don't know. It was,
there was an element of bore to them, aren't there, as well?
yeah, my attention. Yeah, I don't like to say, all these so-called labels. They got attention.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I do use them occasionally. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. All that stuff. Have you got this? Have you got that? Because no, I just find it difficult to sit down and read a book. If the book is online and you can turn the page online, I don't know what it is. It just, for me, it just makes me adaptable to actually be able to absorb the information. And I know there's so many people out there that are the same.
Yeah, definitely. When you first started with the internet like that, were you getting many pictures?
Well, it was the old dial-up
reading or diagrams.
Yeah, there was a lot of the visuals, but when in the early days, though, as you know, Cool Tools, it used to take a week to load up one page. Do you remember that on the dial-up?
Yeah, it took a while, didn't it?
Yeah, and another thing as well, going back to what you were saying about your boy, I remember Plastic Paddy. He was talking about when he was boxing, and he was getting quite good, and he even went for the Olympic trials. He said, but I realised, stepping up into that, he said, I realised my limitations. He got his ass kicked, and those were his words. Paddy was talking about it, and he was quite a good boxer, and he was thinking of going professional or even tried to. But he said when he went to the Olympic trials, he said he realised that some people just really have an abundance of talent. And it's,
he did an event a bit ago, my son.
Yeah.
And my son's done a bit of everything, you see, as well. But his main thing's wrestling, yeah?
Yeah.
And there's a thing called catch wrestling. And there was the World Championships catch wrestling.
Yeah.
He ended up fighting a UFC fighter.
Really?
In the final.
Final?
Yeah. I wonder whether the guy just retired from the UFC, but I've got it. It's on YouTube. I think it was a bit of a setup because he had a big name from past.
Okay.
But the decision came too fucking quick. My son had him first. Now I ain't overzealous dad either, but my son did have him first, and we thought he was pinned. You know what I mean? And then boom, next thing you know, and decision, and he was a bit upset. It was the final of their weight in the catch wrestling world finals. It was at the Snake Pit in Wigan, but yeah, it's on there, and that guy was called John Hadaway, ex-UFC fighter. And,
okay.
A bit of a beast, a lot of experience, a lot older, all the rest of it. And I just thought my son had him first, and then boom, he gets the decision after that, the next little thing. And he didn't have my son right down. And I wonder whether it was about promotion. Because that was the first ever catch wrestling world finals, yeah?
Uh-huh.
And there's people come from all around the world, America, everywhere, yeah? you know, and all the rest of it. And I just wonder, I don't know, I wasn't too happy with it myself, but is what it is. I said, son, you've got to just put it down to experience. We're not the
Yeah,
referees.
Marshall, I've just sorry, call tools. I've just sent you something on Instagram. Okay,
I've just saw it pop up. I want you
yeah,
to
just
hold the fort for a minute, yeah?
yeah. I'll hold the fort so you can read it. Okay, yeah. As I was saying, there's let's have a look what we got here. No shame, Tony Gilmartin, no shame in that, Turbo. Yeah, do you mean about reading online? Yeah, I always had a problem with that. Reading, you know, physical books and that, and then the internet came along, and it was like a new world for me. And millions of people have now, you know, been able to show that they're intelligent, they can analyse things, they can articulate, you know, with that. And what's John Hayward say? Just been inside and looked at my birth certificate, Somerset House. I'm from. Yeah, Somerset House is where they used to store all that stuff, didn't they? You know, different birth. Yeah, I mean, I was born, given a birth certificate, and then 6 months later, when I was adopted, I got another birth certificate. You know, so that happened. Yeah, and in lots of ways, we can all find things that we have got in common rather than the things which divide us when we've got opposite. You know, and I think we focus on the negatives and those things rather than focusing on the things that we've got in common. You know, and in lots of ways, the internet has been the best educational tool ever, and that's why I think that they've had to sort of clamp down on it a little bit, and they've had to try to censor and all this carry on, because a well-educated population is very dangerous for those that are in power that want to concentrate the power in, you know, for a small group of people. Rather than you know, when people wake up to what is actually going on, then they can start complaining. That's why they keep feeding all these things that divide us and want people to fight amongst themselves, so they don't sit back and actually look at the things that are going on, and then they could unite, which would then undermine those people that are in control. So that's what I think when it comes to that kind of stuff. You know, now we need some more people to come in. Come on, you know. Honestly, there's only 8 people. It says watching. We need some more people to come in here, okay? And we can have a good chat tonight. I say it's the weekend, and I'm going to try to stay off of my own lives at the weekends, just to, you know, go around to other people's channels, see what's happening, because you can gain so much information by doing that. And I think we should all support, you know, different channels and everything like that. You know, and give everyone a lift, because, you know, the saying goes, you know, a rising tide raises all ships. You know, and everyone gets an opportunity, whether you like people or you don't like people. You know, freedom of speech means everyone, and I mean everyone, gets to speak. Whilst I don't agree with a lot of what he says, Donald Trump and everything, he gets to speak. And the fact that if he's on Twitter and has got 100 million followers, it doesn't matter. He gets to speak, because who decides? You know, those people who decide that Donald Trump shouldn't be on Twitter. Well, what about when the next person who decide comes along and they say someone else they don't want to? In the end, what's going to happen? You know, and maybe the pendulum is now moving back to the centre, because that's where we need it. We don't want to go. We don't want it to go too far. We actually want to, what we want to do is we want it to be, you know, there for everyone, those we disagree with and those that we agree with. Otherwise, you know, these things become just an echo chamber. And for me, that's boring. You know, I love it when people challenge me, or they say, hang on a minute, you know, this, that and the other. Okay. And that's good. And even some of my, you know, my best kind of friends, or those who agree with me, when they disagree with me, I think it's really good, because it makes me think. And to be honest with you, sometimes when I'm not, when I'm in the wrong, you know, I can admit that. You know, a good example of that is someone I regard as a friend, my friend Dion. When we used to talk on Twitter, and we were attacking each other and that, and then we both stood back, and I realised that I was wrong in certain things, and he educated me, and now we become quite good friends online, you know. And that, to me, is a good example of how those things. And also, some people with opinions which completely different to mine have listened to what I've got to say, digested it, and actually come back and said, "Oh yeah, I do. I've changed my mind now. You've convinced me that some of the things that I was thinking were wrong." And so, you know, there's two occasions there where I've been wrong, and my mate Dion, he's put me right, and I accepted that. And then by the same token, I've done that to other people, and that's why we need to communicate more instead of just attacking people. I just went over, right? I'm not going to say where it is, but one of them channels, I went over to a channel just a minute ago, and the video's on of one of the people on the panel, and he's smashing his room up with a baseball bat. I'm telling you, you think I'm telling lies, right? It's live now on one of the things. I've just seen a man smashing up his room with a baseball bat, and then when he finished, he's back online saying, "I feel better now." Oh my God, I've never seen nothing like it. He's literally, you think I'm telling lies? He hasn't got a mask on it. He's there in full view, smashing things up with a baseball bat. I couldn't believe it. You know, I mean, I'd say that that's probably, you know, a bit too extreme for me. But yeah, you know, you know, yeah, aggravation drains you. Yeah, exactly. Honestly and truthfully, well, you know me, right? Art hostage, right? I mean, I love doing 10-hour lives and 12 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours. Last night drained me more than, you know, doing 2 or 3 lives in a day. So you're right, John Hayworth, it does. Negativity really drains you. I felt physically exhausted this morning. And then when I went to bed, I went into a lovely deep sleep. And it was dark when I went to sleep and dark when I woke up, so I didn't even know what time it was. You know, and now just to have a check on the time in the UK, it's 10 to 2 in the morning. And I'm hoping that that's the real time. I really don't know whether or whether it's got to go back again. Cool Tools is still on mute. I sent him something to read, and so I just wondered if he had a read of it and what he thought. So he'll be back in a minute. And as I say, there's been quite a few things going on today, and politically, well, Britain still seems to be in a terrible mess. And they've put back announcing any help that they're going to give to people getting through this depression that's coming towards us till the 17th of November. You back, Cool Tools?
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Yeah, I just saw the gist of it because I had someone I had to talk to as well.
Okay.
But yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
And it's correct, isn't it? And do you think I was correct in following what it asked me to do?
Yeah. Because what else are you going to do?
Exactly. Why would I do something?
Yourself down.
Yeah, exactly. Why would I do something that is going to get me into trouble going forward when I've been warned? I mean, I had to remove 1,200 tweets, 1,200. I'm not kidding, 1,200 and 100 YouTube videos.
What's the other option? Shut yourself down. Because that's what they'll do. It's point. You know what I mean? It's like.
Thank you, Cool Tools. Thank you. You're the only. You know, you're one of the only. We're not saying you're the only one, but you know, you understand. You know, people were calling me a coward. People were saying I've had my wings clipped and that you know I haven't got the courage to actually stand my ground. Well,
it's just that particular case. You have still got, you know.
Exactly. And
Why can't they get into thick fucking skulls? It's one case.
Well, 3.
You've talked enough. You've done the work on that. When it all comes to a conclusion, you'll do it again. You'll finish off. But in the meantime, that's it. What's the point? I mean, really, fucking, are people dumb or something?
No, I think what it is, Cool Tools, they want me to stand my ground.
Into the chat. It's just in general.
Yeah. But what they want me to do is they want me to stand my ground until I get shut down. That's what
and you'll be shut down. They'll have fucking, they'll be the first ones pissed off.
Yeah. So sometimes you just have to do, you know, I mean, it's no good. As I said to you before, I am not frightened of any gangsters, anyone at all. The only people I'm frightened of is YouTube because it's their sandpit that they're letting me play in. So I've got to play by their rules.
I learned early on by someone who had a lot of experience in life and
Mm.
different things. You know, the word and the pen is far mightier than the sword.
It really is, especially these days.
And you know what I mean? You know, what cuffs or an indictment?
Exactly.
Well, fucking hell, the cuffs come off, and you know whatever. The indictment puts you fucking somewhere for many, many years if you're sailing that close to the wind, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, it's. I think some people just think it's all a bit of a joke, but listen, when it comes to you like that, and you get your, you know, why wouldn't you just shut down that particular thing? You've done enough on it. You know, the rest comes. I know more on it. Do you remember we had a few words,
Yes.
and you said to me, right? Because I do have a little bit of few nanas myself. Yeah,
Yeah.
you said to me because I did name a few names that I know over there as well,
Hmm.
which you know, they're not the biggest names, you know, all the rest of it, but they're in touch. Believe me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I said something to you, and you knew what I was on about a little hint, and you said I'd rather you didn't.
Yeah.
So I didn't.
That exactly, and I mean that's cooperation. Exactly, I mean that's what it is. And as John Hayworth said there, you know, it's not worth it if the toothpaste is out of the tube. Yes, I mean look, something happens, we investigate, we focus in on who the main suspect is. Once we're satisfied it's them and there's been no charges, I then, as you know, go after them relentlessly, haunt them, taunt them. But then if there's criminal charges, I then step back, take everything. Everyone knows what I've done. Sheriff Art Hostage has done his job. I step back, let the legal proceedings take their course. Then afterwards, we can then look back and say, yeah, this is what we did, and we move on to the next thing. And so keep going on about something we've already done. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's my, you know, that's what I call my job. Sheriff Art Hostage on the internet. I've done my job. So let's move on to something else. And then when that's sorted, we can come back to it and say, yeah, well, we knew all that at the beginning. And anyone who defies those kind of things that I've just sent the call tools, for me, is an idiot. He's an absolute idiot. What on earth would you want to do that for? You know, it's stupid. And I mean, I'm not going to mention any names, but there are certain people out there who have been warned, like I was, and now they've been warned again the second time, okay, and they're continuing to do this. Now, I was warned once, took the advice on board or the request on board, and touch wood, I haven't heard anything back. Well, this other person who keeps on doing it, well, they're going to leave themselves open, right, to getting themselves in trouble. It's stupid. It's silly. And as regards issuing defamation things to YouTube, I would never do that to anyone. You know, I'm not a coward. I'm not a little girl who's got to go running crying to YouTube saying that someone's saying bad things about me and all this carry on. You know what I mean? You've got to stand up, be a man, you know, or stand up and be counted and defend your position. If someone says anything about me, I will listen to what they got to say and defend my position, not go running and crying to the teacher, you know, like in school where the teacher says, oh, Johnny's doing this or Johnny's doing that. You know, you stand up and stay in your corner. And so sometimes, you know, people are like little girls. They like to act as if they're big and tough and they might be all fit and muscly and all that. But they, you know, this person even threatened to do that to me. I mean, School Tools was there. They threatened to do it to me. They threatened to report me to YouTube for defamation in a private chat, and then 2 days later I'll get a notification from YouTube that someone's done it. Well, you don't. It's not rocket science to work out who did it, and you can back me up on that, Call Tools, can't you?
Yeah, I saw it. We've got someone in the back calling themselves Steve.
Is that Plastic Paddy? Ask them to put their camera on, or is it Stephen Ronan?
Just a second, yeah. I don't know. Let's see.
Don't let them in without seeing who they are.
Oh, I know what I'm doing. Yeah.
Sorry, Call Tools.
That's all right. Relax. All right. No, I appreciate you. Just keeping me on it. Right. Hi, Art. Have they suspended you on YouTube, mate? That's from Steve. No, they haven't.
No, I haven't got any strikes. I've got nothing at all. All it says is we've received a defamation complaint And because the UK is quite strict on that, we're going to suspend people viewing the video in the UK, but you can appeal against it within 30 days. Well, I haven't appealed against it yet because I've got so much to do. So I set the whole video to private, and I will do. I will write back and put in some kind of explanation. But again, it doesn't matter because I can just produce another live, going forward. So no, there's no strikes, touch wood. There's no penalties to me whatsoever. All they've done is just said, is that that they've restricted people viewing the certain video in the UK. The rest of the world can see it, but I've set the whole video to private. But again, it was, from someone who likes to say that they're a whistleblower and there's someone who wants to expose people. They threatened me with this, and Call Tools is there to be my witness. And within 2 days, they went through with it and reported me to YouTube. So it's not something that I've been penalised for. But thank you for your inquiry. And they also said, yeah, if you appeal, they might go at you more. I don't really know. And you're right. I mean, why do I want to really try to get, the video I've done to be put back up? Well, I can just do another one straight away. So it doesn't really matter to me. But it just shows you that these people who like to say that they're trying to expose people, it shows that their behaviour is not that good. And I'll say it again. I will never report anyone to YouTube if they defame me or whatever. Different if they make threats of violence towards me or my family or any friends of mine. That is a different scenario altogether. But there are already existing laws about that. Okay, but I would never run crying to YouTube and saying that someone's saying horrible things about me. If you can't stand the heat, you shouldn't be in the kitchen. If you can't stand, people attacking you, even if it's unjustified, then do it. And also Steve has said, what happens if they file a full defamation case against you in the UK? Well, first of all, to file a defamation case in the UK, you need between £200,000 and £500,000 to take it to the High Court. Okay, and not many people have got that much money. And secondly, okay, if it goes to the High Court, the issue they're talking about becomes much more widely known than if they didn't bother. Okay, so it's called the Streisand effect. In other words, whereas, say, 1,000 people might know of this, if it goes to court, it'll be 100,000 people or 1 million people. And the word Streisand effect comes from when the Environment Agency were taking drone photographs of Malibu, and they photographed Barbara Streisand's house. And up until the time that she got annoyed, there was 15 people that looked at the photographs. She took legal action, and within about 2 weeks, there was 15 million people had seen it. So it backfired spectacularly. So anyone who wants to try to sue me for defamation, okay, has to realise that what they're going to do is bring more attention to the thing than by not doing it.
Right then, Steve, you've got 2 more messages in the private chat, and then it's game over, mate. So I've given you 8 messages in the private chat, okay?
I've only seen 6.
Yeah, there's going to be 8. You can do 2 more, right? And they'll be addressed. But then no more messages in the private chat will be addressed.
Yeah.
Because it's taken away from our show.
Yeah, and if this Steve wants to come on and talk, I mean, I'm sure you'd let him on, wouldn't you?
No, I would let him on, no problem. But that's the thing. If you want to go in the private chat, it's about a couple of messages, then get on the panel. Show yourself, get on the panel. If not, that's it. Your messages won't be addressed. Simple as that. That's fair as fair can be. I've decided that I'm going to limit the amount of messages per person that will be addressed in the private chat.
Oh, that's not a bad. You know what? That's a good idea. I think I might do that as well. Thank you. I'm going to do that as well. Yeah, give them a couple of free messages.
Copy me? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I know. I'll admit. Yes, I'm copy Call Tools.
Did you copy me again?
Yeah, no, I don't mind. Honestly, that's true. It's true.
You're going to benefit me at some point.
Well, no, exactly. And as long as people give you credit or give credit to the, where they got the idea or or what they're doing, then that's fine, you know. But I don't like it when people say I've just had this idea and I'm doing this when it's not true. I'll always credit people. That's the whole point of it. I listened to Cool Tools and he said this and I thought, well, that's a good idea, so I'm going to do it. Thank you, Cool Tools. I mean, that don't hurt, does it? Why can't people do that?
Yeah, no, that's fine, mate. Do you know what it is? I couldn't do anything anyway if you wanted to do it or not. Fucking, do you know what I mean? But yeah, I thought about it the other night on yours, and you know, you could end up there for 30 fucking messages per two idiots, yeah? You know,
Yeah,
and then it
and then
takes
people
away
come, yeah,
from your narrative, and everything. So it takes away from what you're doing, your narrative. So, you know, you give him so many messages. I actually wanted 6, but because he's in there on his own, I thought I'd give him 8. Give him so many messages, and then boom, they're not going to be talked about or addressed by anybody on the panel.
yeah.
And just at this point, I'll put up my links for buy me coffee and memberships if you wish. But yeah, I'm not going to address any private chat messages from any people that continue to message. You know, here we go. So we've got a long one. I ask good questions, and if you give me a warning, well, dickhead, I have your picture called. Well, so what? So what? It makes no difference to me. See, look, you get nasty. Look, the bottom line is, I gave you 8 messages, yeah?
Oh, hang on, yeah, hang on. Cool Tools, he's mentioning me here. And I'm coming for you with defamation. First video down, my legal team, we are going to slowly come after you, and rest assured your channel will be down within the next 30 days. Well, bring it on.
That's
You know,
fine.
are you Steve or are you Darren G? Bring it on. Right, okay. Everyone take note. In 30 days, see if my channel is still there. Okay, you're a mug. You're a mug. You're a nobody, Steve, because if you had any courage, okay, you come on the panel, right, and defend your position. But again, like all of them out there, you're a little coward. You're the lion from the Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
You've got no courage, mug.
Well, you've had your 8th message. You're silenced. Please don't read any of the other messages out, please, or
no, I won't. Sorry, it's your channel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that.
No, I'm just saying. There's 8 messages now. That's it. You know, we've addressed 8 messages. We're not going to address any more or divert our attention. Don't give in to the fools.
No.
Yeah, because you're not doing anything constructive. You're here to attack Art. You know, he's a guest on my channel. I'm not going to have it. That's it. None of them messages from yourself are going to be addressed. Don't bother changing your name, because, oh no, because it pops up.
Exactly.
Okay?
And we'll see, and we'll see where we are in 30 days. It's now the
30 days time. We'll talk about it. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, Cool Tool. That's right. Yeah, good man. You see, honestly, I'll tell you what it is, though. We seem to be a magnet for these idiots in the backstage, don't we?
Well, they think that's the way through, but I dealt with that. I'm a security and, you know, I'm a security and tactics specialist, yeah?
Right.
That is my area, yeah? You know, there's lots of things that come into that shit, trust me. You know, I've done it in all different capacities from very young. I developed a tactical mind, yeah? So, you know, it's basically problem solution, yeah? It's about making a decision. If it's the wrong decision, make a fucking another, yeah? You know, that's what it's like. So anyway, that's it really. And I thought of that one because I thought, yeah, it's, you know, I put my picture up, don't worry about it, good night. Sorry, I addressed that, but anyway, yeah.
No, Cool Tools, can I just put this in? I'll remove this comment, but I just wanted everyone to see what this person said to me, right? Can I just put this in the chat, and then if you want me to, I'll take it down.
I don't want to address it anymore then, because it's taken away for what we're
okay, but I just want to put this in, right? Can you read that?
Fine,
is that all right? Is that all right for me to put it in?
Pour myself a brandy.
Okay. Oh, it's Saturday night. He's going to pour himself a brandy.
I'm pour my very first brandy of the night.
Okay, so everyone now, okay, in the comments you can read that. Well, I've just put it in there. That's what they put in the back chat. Okay, so I want everyone to put a pin in that. Your channel will be down within 30 days. Okay, so let's see how we get on. Yeah, Art is worried. Listen, mate, I'm not I mean, you're a mug. You're a nobody. You ain't even got the courage to put your thing on. So go away, you mug.
There's
Honestly, I've
my
had enough.
face, by the way. Can you see my face? Just showing it. I couldn't give a shit, yeah? Let me tell you. My
Exactly.
face, I put it up myself. So don't worry about it, my friend, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you what as well. I'm having my beard and my hair done tomorrow, yeah? So I'll put it up again just so you can see the trimmed look. Yeah? It makes no difference, honestly.
Exactly.
Do you know when you played in, the nature reserve with all the lions and bloody rhinoceroses and, the worst of the worst, yeah? And then a few comments. Please, please. Anyway, that's what's on the menu.
Oh, okay. Right, Napoleon.
Napoleon, VOSP. Please, I love this. Lovely, lovely, lovely. There you go. That's my address outside, lads. So, if you did want to come and visit, please do.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you what, Paul Tools, put me in the backstage for a minute. Just put me in the backstage for a minute. Okay, can you do that? Can you just put me in the backstage?
Hang on, let me have a look. How do I get in the backstage? So I knock you off, don't I?
Just so I go to the backstage. Right. If you take me off for a minute, just for a minute.
Yeah, there you go. Don't be entertaining this fool. Okay, Paul, yeah. I see you. Turbo, no problem. You've just seen him there, I should imagine, Steve. There you go.
Right, see.
Isn't it?
Right, so all that nonsense about I'm meant to be hiding who I am and all that, well, you send me, Steve send me, other people have sent me, Plastic Paddy. That's not the point. So now you know. It's not nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I ain't even bothered. But, it's what it is. So anyway, what's the crack with this boxing, guys?
Yeah, well, Katie Taylor's one, and we got Anderson versus what's his name? Jake Paul.
Right, yeah. And to me, that sounds pretty good. It's funny, do you know what I find really strange? I've got to tell you what I find really strange.
Go on.
What you said the other day when it was live. It's bizarre. It got me, that did. When you said you couldn't watch it absolutely live.
No.
Who else found that strange?
I can't watch anything live, like a sporting event or anything like that, because it makes me worry too much and nervous and all that. And I know it's exhilarating and all that carry on, but I don't like it when you don't win. So I'd rather sort of hear the result afterwards and then reflect on it. It's strange. I know it's weird, but I'm just really...
it's just I've never heard that one before. It's like, boxing. Most people, it's like, yeah, we want to be watching it live. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of, all about, the absolute point of, in the moment kind of point, and that is really what it's all about. I mean, watching it after, yeah, it's still exciting, but do you know when it's happening there and then, and it's in that moment? That's what it's all sold on, really, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
I mean, obviously, that could say, well, most of us are punters, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Cold Tools. What's Tony Gilmartin say? Can you read each comment out, the latest one?
He's waiting for Lomachenko to start.
I didn't even know Lomachenko was fighting tonight. Who's he fighting?
I'm not sure, I am a fan of his. I haven't been following it as closely as I have, but yeah, I am a fan of his. Penalty shootouts are the dodgy for the old ticker. Yes, they are, Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, they are, Doyle. They really are.
You want to tell me? I'll tell you where this is a good one. So, I'm an Arsenal fan. Arsenal in the cup. I've got it on video. And the game's good. And, if I had to say the difference in team, at the time Arsenal's team was worth about 69 million and Bradford City's were worth 700,000. It ends up being a draw and it goes on for extra time. Boom. Penalty shootout at Bradford City. Put a search in, it'll be there. And Deal takes penalties, and guess what? Bradford City won. It was a sad night for us Arsenal fans, but as we're leaving, we ended up near the coaches and vehicles and all that. Ended up getting few Bradford City fans were gloating and said, "Oh, you've got a long coach journey now, haven't you, mate?" Like that. I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "You see that just up the hill there?" And I said, "Just down by Shipley and up that way." And he says, "Yeah." I said, "Well, that's where I'm going." I said, "There's a big, massive Arsenal contingent up there." He said, "Really?" Like that, and all his mates were laughing around him. Which was quite funny. I was a bit of a smart ass. But yeah, they beat us. And it was exciting. The first ever time I ever watched one. Really good. How many have you ever seen them then? You must have seen one then, Doyle. Who was that between? Arsenal v United. Yeah,
The biggest memory I've got, called tools of Arsenal was in 1989 when they went to Liverpool and needed to win by two clear goals to win the league, and Michael Thomas scored the 2 goals. Do you remember that when they won the league at Liverpool, 1989?
Vaguely. I must admit I wasn't fanatical, but yeah, I do vaguely remember. But it wasn't. It's like my brother will tell you every member at team, what happened in what minute, all that. But that ain't my thing. But yeah, I do vaguely remember that happened. Yeah.
Oh, so Lomachenko's fighting Ortiz tonight. And can you tell me, Tony Gilmartin, is Lomachenko in the same division as Devon Haney? And is that the fight they've all been talking about this week, that they believe that Lomachenko will beat Devon Haney? I might have got the name wrong, but because for me, pound for pound, right, and the skill of boxing, the art of boxing, I would say at the moment, Devon Haney's one of the best fighters in the world. And now you've got another message in the private chat. Have you read that one? It's from a different person. Have you seen that one?
I might have a look in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a new person's come in, right? And honestly, these people.
Well, we're not giving it any airtime until. Yeah.
Yeah, just look at it. Just look at what it is. It's a different one from the one.
I will do. I'm just removing some at a minute.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's like all these fighters. It's such a fine line. To be consistent in greatness. People like Lomachenko have been that, haven't they? Like unbelievable. Like I like watching him training. The kind of thing. His dad, like the Ukraine, they're real tough people, and it's the kind of things his dad would, type of training things, that his dad would invent, were just bloody awesome. And it's such a shame that, they're in, Florida or wherever they are, but yeah, it'd be nice to see them get to the Ukraine and that gets sorted out in some way, shape or form, because they really Ukrainians like being in Ukraine, because there's an element of freedom there. My son went on a wrestling exchange there, and he loved it. And I've got the instructor that my son's had, a personal friend of mine for a long time, had gyms. He'd been going there for years, and he's great people. And it's very sad things have gone the way they have, but the dedication they put in to trying to make it. You know, because it ain't all an easy road, is it? You know, the work's got to be put in to get to somewhere to where Low Machinko is. But he's tapering off, isn't he? You know, let's be honest. He's tapering off, and you know, I think he's had his best days, and it's a matter of, you know, he's trying to keep it going. But you know, at the end of the day, most fighters end up getting to that stage where they start, you know.
Yeah, we got Paulie Walnuts has come in. Hello, Paulie. Morning, Paulie Walnuts.
Hello, Paulie. Right then. Okay, well, I believe it's a similar same person.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I just wanted you to see that. It just makes you laugh, doesn't it? Honestly, these people.
We've got another person in the back chat. Show your face, and you can come on, no problem. If not, get lost. Yeah, we'll delete that one, you know, that idiot. But anyway, don't worry about it. Morning, Pauline. That's another channel thing. The person on the guest, on the panel, he can say it, but really I should only say it on his channel. You know what I mean? It's like being transferred to my channel. I should have to make my own little jingle. I'll think of something, don't worry.
Yeah.
Get out of my fucking back private chat. Morning. Yeah. Or good morning. Attention. Something like that, yeah? Or Lieutenant Dan here, attention. Good morning. Yeah? Eggs on toast. Eggs on toast, good morning. Or it could be something like Paulie Walnuts. Get the breakfast. Good morning. We're ready to go. I think that's a bit. I don't know. Just a few little ones there.
To be honest with you, Cool Tools, it was an accidental thing. It was accidental. I mean, I just came on and said morning, and then all of a sudden it caught on, and then every episode when I started, it was just morning art hostage here, and then
he's flipping it everywhere he goes. That art hostage, he's flipping it by accident here, by accident there. Do you know how sick that makes you, bloody? You know, the envious ones. That must make them sick as anything.
Yeah.
I laugh at that. I think that's funny. You make him sick as anything. Oh, he fluked that. Oh, he flukes 120 on the live all night. Oh. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's coming next. I think it's funny, because everybody knows that I haven't attempted to do a channel properly, and I've always said, don't expect a great deal from my channel. You know, I said I set it up to pop on a few lives when no one else was on. That was what it's about for me. I'll do a little bit here and there, but I wasn't intended on doing a channel. But, you know, good luck to those that are. And if you get a little bit of luck with a saying like that, something for your merchandise, you got to run with it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Everyone uses it now, so, you know, even use it on my channel.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's good fun, isn't it? You know, it breaks the ice, a little bit of a laugh.
Yeah, of course it is. And there's and I think it shows that the person in the back chat who's making them nasty comments has been rattled, right? Because go and have a look what they've just written, Cool Tools, honestly.
Sodom. We shouldn't be giving it any airtime.
Well, it's okay. We're not saying what it is, but go and read that all of a sudden. Honestly, they're making themselves look stupid.
Yeah. Oh, God, please. Anyway, definitely not that, and I'm going to shut it off now. I'll put a blank screen over it, all right? Yeah?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're doing. What's that?
I'll square it with a blank screen. That means that, you know, we ain't going to be able to see it either.
What, in the private chat?
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Right, okay. Again, this is something I didn't even know you could do.
Yeah, it's, just give me a moment. But yeah, it's just, you know.
Yeah, Doyle. I remember that one, the Monty Python thing, isn't it? That's right. Left, right, stand to attention, and 1, 2, 3, 4, twist, and I'll scratch your eyes out. Yeah, is that the one you mean? With the army, the Monty Python sketch? Yeah, that's very politically incorrect at the moment. Yeah, it is that one, Doyle. Was it? Yeah, I know. I put it up once on Twitter. A link to the YouTube video. My goodness, you would see. I was getting attacked like left, right, and centre for that. Honestly, but comedy's comedy. That's what it is. You see, that's what comedy's comedy and satire. And to be honest, if people were making jokes about me, right, it's flattery, isn't it? People are. Hmm.
Yeah, you got to get some hostage merch done. There's all different ways you can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what would I do? I mean, I don't know. I mean, what would I
Well,
do? Do I have to buy T-shirts and print it and then send them to people, or can you do it sort of third party?
it's a goddamn minefield. Let me tell you. You've got agents that will do it for you, but or you do it yourself. Now I know someone who's done both ways. But there's all different people doing it where they'll take on your thing, they'll send it out for you, they'll print it, everything, yeah. And you could find a good one of them. But then there's also the other route which takes a bit more effort, but you get a better end result. I know someone who's done both routes with multiple multiple suppliers. So it's like an agent that takes it on, prints it, sends it, yeah?
Yeah.
Distribution deal or whatever. Now there's that, but then he decided the quality wasn't what he wanted, so he went out and looked for the product first, and his hoodies are like the best ever. I'm waiting for one to be sent, to be honest. Um, God, that's about 2 weeks ago. The best ever. Everybody says it. There's plenty of people that it's all. Then what happens is all the talk goes about the quality of
Yeah.
the item. Yeah, it's hoodies. They're elevated. Yeah, they're a little bit more money, but it's way better. People appreciate that. Appreciate that rather than getting an old Fruit of the Loom bloody sweater or a hoodie or a T-shirt. Fruit of the Loom with Art Hostage Morning printed on it or something. Yeah, like that. That's pretty bloody. It's average with
Yeah.
just your decals on it. Yeah. So what you've done is you've put your decals on a. You put your bloody your Rolls Royce Art Hostage badges on a bloody Mini or on a Fiesta or something like that. Yeah. Whereas
Okay.
this way, you've got a Rolls Royce because you've gone
Yeah.
out and looked and checked all these people that make the clothing or people that manufacture, and you're going to get that at a much cheaper price anyway. You're going for the quality and it's going to be exactly what you want, and then it gets printed on, and
Well, I mean, to be
then
honest,
you hand it to a distributor.
yeah. Well, to be honest, I don't mind which model I use as long as all the money goes to me first, rather than someone else. So the money comes to me, and then I will distribute it to who I have to. As long as I get the money coming to me, I don't mind, because otherwise people can't cheat me that way. And so and I'll
It's
always
not so much
fulfill my.
about that side of it as well, really. I know what you mean, but you like, do you think you want to be wrapping parcels all fucking day?
No, 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 no. All I meant is I want to make sure that when people pay for it, it goes to me first, and then it can be sorted out and all things like that. And as regards trademarks, Doyle, yeah, I've got the copyright worldwide and trademark on Art Hostage. I really honestly have. I've got the certificates. My lawyer, she did it in Los Angeles. She's a media specialist lawyer, and she got a copyright lawyer in 10 years ago. And the term art hostage has been copyrighted, so that it really is. I mean, I don't know what it means. They sort anything out, so if there's any breaches, they would do it. But again, it's the best form of flattery is people copying you. You know, so it's you know, one word slogan. It's simple, isn't it? Morning,
Yeah,
and
but
that's all.
I had a guy that did some. I know a guy who did some kind of like a like organic type T-shirt thing, yeah. And it took right off. He didn't know. He didn't expect it to take off like that. It took right off, and this bloody Chinese kid copied it and scooped all up the business. Yeah. Now, from your perspective, you've got a copyright, but also that doesn't always protect you fully, because it's the it's the concept of, like, he did organic T-shirts, and I think it's called Peter. God, what's it called? He was in the Daily Mail as well a bit ago. Um, God, I was trying to think of his second name. I'll think of it. Anyway, yeah, he come out with this organic type T-shirt thing, and it's a bit of a gimmick, but God, it went mental. Yeah, I'm talking tens of thousands, yeah, and someone just jumped on it and scooped up. God, what was he called? I can't think of his second name. I ain't even had the brandy yet.
That's probably the reason. Cool
Yeah,
tools.
probably because I haven't had a brandy yet. I ain't even poured it. Peter. God, it's going to annoy me. I'll come up with it in shortly, yeah? I'll have to have a little look if I can't remember. But yeah, he come up with that idea, and it's like, it got took from him. He admits that now, you know, and it's a hard thing, because it would have made him. He's living in London doing a bloody average job, and this and that. He went on a tour, went on a holiday, you know, we went to a few countries in Africa and that. And you know, it would have went in the rainforest as well, I believe. And it's like he's managed to jump on an issue that ain't always that easy to jump on in mass. You can jump on any issue. They'll always take a bit of your money or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
you know, you always get the supporters to a point. But he did it in such a way, and it was really good. But then it got ripped out from underneath him. And
Oh, okay.
he could do. Yeah, it was. You know,
Someone's come in the back chat. Put cool tools. Are we going to go through what we went through the other night, or is this the real person? Go and have a look in the private chat.
I don't want to address him.
Okay, I haven't mentioned
Let's
anything.
not be. Let's not even address him. It's the same person. I'm going to cover it now, right, mate? Yeah. I'll cover
Okay.
it so we can't even see the back chat. Fuck the back chat. Who cares? They got an issue. Put it in the real chat. You know, I'm going to just shut it off the back chat. All right.
Yeah, yeah. You do what you want. Yeah, it's all right.
But you know, like, there's no point. You're just going to waste effort and time. But yeah, so that's what he did, and you know, he lost out. He must have lost out hundreds of thousands. No exaggeration, you know, hundreds of thousands. I mean, you know, and he needed a reasonable bit of help here and there, a bit of a start. It would have helped him, you know, a hell of a lot. So, yeah, it's just one of them things, I guess. You've been done. Somebody's took what's yours from underneath you. I mean, in a sense, the guy didn't really. I don't know. He did steal it, but like in the eyes of the law, you know, he kind of got away with it. But a lot of these Chinese, they don't care anyway. Look at all these big fashion houses and all that. They just do whatever, copy all this stuff, and you know, they just wait for till the wolves get to the door.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The copyright I've got on the art hostage thing, it lasts for 10 years, and I renewed it last year last year I think it was, and it cost $600 or $700, and it was, and in fact, my lawyer, that's how lovely she is. she paid it for me. And I said, oh,
Oh.
sorry about that. She said, don't worry, we'll sort it out later. Have you ever heard of a lawyer paying for things out their own pocket and then I'll collect it later? So that just shows you. I mean, I've known her for over 10 years. She's a family friend in Los Angeles. But yeah, you see, so not all lawyers are money grabbers and all that. This lawyer of mine, she's an absolute star. She even paid out of her own pocket, and I haven't even paid her back yet. Because when she would get any money coming, she'd take it then. So yeah, I mean that's what happened with them. And Paulie Walnut said, "Are you doing a press run, Art? You keep popping up on all other channels." Well, I'm going to try to weekends go to other channels and talk on them. I do it in the week as well. I just enjoy it. I like enjoying engaging with people and talking to people. So it's nothing official. It's just organic. It's like everything that's happened with my channel. It's just organic. It's grown sort of, as we're going along. Same with Cool Tools now. I mean, Cool Tools channel now, when about a week ago, he had 105 subscribers and he's now 129. So everyone go over and subscribe.
129?
Yeah, you're 129 subscribers now. You were 105 last week.
I didn't know, mate. I didn't know. I never thought I had about 119.
No.
Well, fair enough. That's good. Well, I've done a few lives that I don't normally do that many. You know what I mean? So no, that's fair dues. If you helped with that, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think it's just, I think it's just people listen to what you got to say, and you certainly got things to say, and people are intrigued and interested in that. I mean, that's what it's all about. And I think that if people run channels, why shouldn't people offer support for all the other channels? I mean, I got support from Drew Titan in New York. He got me over the 1,000 subscribers, has welcomed me on there, and you speak as you find. So then if I can do that for someone else, and then someone else can do that for someone else, that's the way it grows. And that's the way, you're spreading good vibrations, you're spreading positive things rather than focusing on all the negative things. People think that that's the only way that you can get traction is by being negative, and it's not always the case, is it?
Yeah, I mean, just go and have a look at Insta, please. So that type of thing, I mean, yeah, networking, good, I've always believed in it anyway, but I never really tried, to be honest, to push it, as a channel. But while we're at this point, I will say, I have got lots of things that, I've always wanted to do a bit, and I was going to get round to doing them, and I used to speak with someone before who had another channel, and he was, he was trying to get me to do this and that, and I've been offered a few little opportunities on other channels, like come on as a guest and things like that. I've done a couple, but I haven't done like the open podcast type thing, and I would, I've been thinking about doing it and where to go and all the rest of it. But I haven't done it because I wanted to finish off a couple of things first and get a few answers in a proper arena about certain things, like, a book that I've done and other bits and pieces, and also my friend that had passed away in a car accident. He had some issues that his mum was trying to work through, and she was getting some of the best help going. Which was really nice, and some of that was for free. From one party who was probably the most experienced, was for free, and I will say her because she's known. She is a woman that got done in the Terminator films. She was a woman who did the original scripts. This woman, and she got done. They stole her scripts and her story. Yeah? And the first one got made, and then the next one got made, and then she'd had lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. It went on, and then I believe this is how it went. They kind of settled and then did it so she could continue the story as well. So yeah, originally it was stolen from her and made without anything to do with her, and then it went on and on, and yeah, she kind of ended up becoming really what she should have been at the start, which is extremely bizarre to me. That bit, I just found it really bizarre. But I had a look as well. Personally, I had a look, and it was like, yeah, she got a decent bit of money, and I think it was like getting on for like $30 million. But from the franchise, I mean, I do think that was kind of low as well. But it made her anyway. But it was like, you know, uh, she'd had her original thing taken, and she never knew whether anything would come of it. And lawsuits and everything. It's not straightforward, is it? Especially in America. But yeah, that's what happened. And she's advising my mate's mum for free. Real interesting lady. I went on a live with her once, and it's interesting. She knew her shit. And it's like people like her who I've listened to, when it comes to book, film, scripts, pushing the script out, how you get the ND, the non disclosure, and the things like that when you're passing the script out. Because you know yourself, someone could try and change a little bit of it and say it's their work. So you have to get these fucking documents done and the non-disclosures in such a way that can't happen. Because it's amazing. It's amazing how easy that can be done. It's happened millions of times. Where these people, film companies or whatever, had done that. It's happened recently in this country um, with the script that was to do with him. The lecturer took it. It'd been sent off. It'd been sent off. I might have mentioned it before. Been sent off with other ones, and it came back from the assessors because he's at film and television school, and university and whatnot. And he passed away. So then these came back. Next thing you know, one of them's being made. Yeah, by a
Yeah.
very well-known film company, and I know them quite well now. I don't know whether I'm not their favourite person, but no, they asked me to be an advisor of something as well, and it's like, I went for a meeting with them, but it was only because I didn't have much on that week anyway. I went to the meeting, but I wasn't so sure, and then I got contacted a bit ago about being an advisor, and I couldn't do it because of my situation at the time. So I passed it on to someone else, and it's very successful. Well, I say ain't very successful because it hasn't come out yet, but it's likely to be very successful. I know it's been well done, and that's all the word I've got. And it comes out this week, so everybody go and have a look. SAS Rogue Heroes, done by Yorkshire Film and Television. They
Okay.
made Peaky Blinders.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so they also made the film that the script they shouldn't have had. Yeah, but I ain't gonna talk too much about that online because I'll probably end up in more trouble. But yeah, so yeah, that's gonna be sorted out anyway. But yeah, so they made Peaky Blinders, and that comes out this week.
Oh, okay.
I know advisors on it.
Yeah.
He's
Did you
not
see
too
that?
far from me.
Yeah. Did you see that news that broke today? That do you remember when Boris Johnson announced they were going to build a new royal yacht kind of thing for £250 million? Well, Rishi Sunak has now cancelled that, so that's not going to happen. But what I was interested in, Cool Tools, and wanted your opinion on was that Boris Johnson, when he said we're going to build a new yacht as a floating embassy for 250 million, the money came out the defence budget. I didn't know that. Did you?
No. Do you know what as well? I learned a few things about the defence budget. Fucking
Go
hell, it's
on.
like getting blood out of a stone. You know, if you're a unit in the military
Go on. Yeah, go
stuff,
on.
yeah, and you know, you'd imagine, you know, if you're a unit and you know you're an essential unit and you're kind of going into the new realms of the way wars and the military operate are written, you'd think that'd be pretty damn urgent, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, of course it would be.
Wow. What would you think the commander, yeah, was off borrowing, beg, borrow, and steal from other units around the British Army, so those guys could be kitted out with something, because they were taking the bursary was taking it had been about 18 months at that point. They hadn't even placed a fucking order. But this unit was essential. They had an operation to go on, yeah, which was really, really key. And, you know, they were a special unit. So, you know, they needed this stuff sorting out. And no, 18 months point, still didn't have anything. They'd had a interim bit of funding, which got spent on the first day. And as for the rest of it, the you know the weapons, the essential stuff, you know, the L1A2 sniper rifles, things like that that you need when you're infiltrating a country or you're operating covertly or whatever. Different bits and pieces, you know, a whole realm of stuff. Didn't have a thing. And then that was at 18 months. I think it was 2 years they got the money. But when you order stuff, you don't get it the next day. Do you know what I mean? You don't get it the next day. Sometimes certain things you'll put an order in, they make it to order.
Oh yeah, of course.
You know, specialist stuff. Sometimes it's on the shelf. You could say, "Give me what you got off the shelf," and you know, we need this many, but can you provide us this off the shelf? And you might get lucky here and there, but still, when a unit's going out, it needs to all be there, ready
Yeah.
to give. It needs to listen. Yeah, I love the stores in the army. I love it, love it. Absolutely love it, especially in Hereford. Oh,
Yeah, but that's what
Jesus.
but that's a good segue because I was going to ask you: is it true when we heard them stories come out how the special forces were forced to buy their own material, even down to weapons and guns and boots and everything, out their own
Mm,
pocket? They were paying their own money to get them because they were the ones the army were offering weren't as good, and they were waiting so
right,
long.
okay. In the military, they call it Gucci. Yeah,
Sorry, what do you mean?
they call it Gucci. Yeah, when you want the very best, or you know, it's the Gucci gear. You know, like the you know a certain level of stuff. Yeah,
Uh huh.
and that was happening during, you know, like we've been at war with Iraq, Afghanistan, whatnot for some time, and that was, you know, people were starting to buy some of it. It's always happened, yeah. I did it a bit, you know, and yeah, it always happens. But yeah, sometimes people don't agree with certain kit, and they like something to be a certain way. They buy this, yeah. But but in general, you know, I believe in during the Afghanistan one, it was happening a hell of a lot. So then they went through the whole kit, all the kit the British Army are issued with, right through from, you know, right down to from the chef, right up to the, you know, special forces and the black ops, you know, the people you don't know about. I'm not about SCS or SPS, I'm on about even more. Yeah? You know, the whole realm, spy kit, everything. All the equipment like that, they went through the whole thing. And I believe they did it really fast. Because something like that shit, that'd take a long time. But as it goes for clothing, you know, backpacks, uh, you know, belt kit, you know, webbing, that type of thing, you know, armor, all the rest of it, breastplates, side plates, ball plates, face masks. You don't see that very much, do you? Do you know there's face masks? You can be shot in the face. shot in the face, and it protects you.
What? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, exactly. You see, there's a face mask. It goes over your face, and it's like a cast. It's molded to you. It's measured off your face.
It's
And you,
bespoke.
yeah,
And what's
and
it made of then? Kevlar or something like that?
it's made. It's made out of cast. It's like cast. Like cast. Sort of like. Oh, I don't know what you call it. It's like a bit like cast metal and ceramic. Yeah. Together, sort of thing. And then they put Kevlar around it. Yeah.
Right.
And then they put it's like a covering on that sort of thing. But that then clips to your helmet. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Got these clips that keep it firm, and it actually helps steady the helmet because around the bottom it's got a strap which then goes to the back of your head and the back of your helmet onto your belt kit, and you can have it just in such a way it keeps your helmet in the pucker place. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, you can be shot in the face with that, and it protects you. I'm going to say something else now, might as well. Fucking here we go. Look at me blabbering on a fucking Jesus.
Well, go on.
Another brandy, yeah, and I had to pour it, Turbo. Anyway,
I think it's about time you did.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So.
Do you drink it neat or do you put something in it like Coca-Cola or something?
Cherry Coke, mate, the only way.
Sorry, cherry Coca-Cola and brandy.
Yeah.
Is that what you drink?
That's the one, mate.
Is it nice?
Just that's in the Coke. Beautiful. Yeah, lovely, lovely, lovely. Beautiful drink. So, yeah. So anyway, I'm going to say it, sod it. I'm a bloody secret giver, ain't I? I think he's out there a bit anyway. Do you know you can get a cloak that you can put over yourself and it blends you into the environment you're in? Did you know that?
No, sorry, can you repeat that? You said what?
There's a cloak that you can get.
Yeah.
Basically, like it'd be like a, like a cape type thing, yeah? But basically,
Harry Potter.
Well, like a big sheet, yeah? And
right.
You can put that around you, over your shoulders, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Over your head a bit. And it blends you into the surroundings around you.
Like a camouflage thing.
Yeah, and it works on like reflections and kind of like it takes from what's around you, colour, all that, yeah? And it's used when mainly, it's not used that, I mean, it will be used in covert situations, but it's used in very, very high risk situations. And there is one video, but I think it got took off YouTube. You have to have a look. Cloaked man, they're in tanks and they come along and they've been an IED or something, and they couldn't get away from where they was, and they was in a jammed up situation, yeah, in these big tanks. It was like they couldn't turn it. It was mental. It's like a funny situation, and this guy had to do something wrong with the tank, I think, as well, and he had to get out of the tank and go down to some part of it and do something, but they were absolutely under fire at the time. So you see this guy get out, and it's a weird picture, and he throws his thing around him and you can't fucking see him. It's like it's all kind of, yeah, he's something's there a little bit, but you can't see where he is. And it's been shown at a couple of other places, and someone talked about it from DARPA, and someone leaked it from DARPA as well. But yeah, it's like a cloaking thing, and it comes off of fucking clever. But yeah, it works off some kind of mirroring or something like that. But I have seen cloths that kind of reflect You know, I've seen jackets that reflect the surroundings. Ordinary jackets are on sale. They're kind of, you know, not massively like that did, but there's an element of it there where it reflects your surroundings. Have you not seen jackets and clothing like that?
I'm trying to think.
Not on a
But
massive scale, not like you're going
no, it
visible.
hasn't resonated with me. It hasn't resonated with me, but I'm sure if you showed me examples, I could actually see what they mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen like it, but it only does it to a certain point. These are jackets that are in society, yeah, you know, and being sold. You know, it's an element of it. I'm saying with them, but this cloaking thing, have a look on YouTube. I don't know if it's still there, but this cloaking thing, Jesus Christ, it was, and it ain't some bloody idiot who's done a thing and put, you know, doctored the film and all that. You know, it wasn't like that. Why is the guy going to get out the tank and run to the front? You know, scaredy cat, yeah. You know, and this guy then decides, I'll make it look like, you know, this or that. It don't work like that. The reason, you know, they were under fire, you could see that, and it was like, you know, the two things wouldn't marriage together. So you know, you knew it happened, you know, and I'll have to have a look. Um, I'll have a quick look. I don't know whether it'd be here, to be honest, because it was somebody who leaked it from DARPA. Oh no! Here we go.
Go on.
It's here. See, they must put this back up all the fucking time. Because I looked at it a few times, it's not there. Right, okay, hang on. Bloody hell, Turbo, you didn't look today. I can't
No, it's
believe it.
nice. It's nice when you talk about a subject and then you find a primary source which can support what you're saying, because I mean that always helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I do talk about a few far out things, don't I, guys? Fucking hell, we blame that cool tools again. He thinks he knows everything. Is he on fucking Mars? Do you know what I mean? I get that, of course. I wonder
Well,
where
I
I
mean,
go.
I've got a rule though. I've got a rule. I accept what anyone says to me until I find something to the contrary, and that policy has always worked well for me. I know sometimes people can call me naive or gullible, but you know, why shouldn't you believe what people say, and then you find out it's different, and you say, "Well, hang on a minute, that's not right," you know. So that's the way, and the great thing is, yeah, you can come out with outrageous things and then back them up with primary evidence.
Well, look at Bobby Crush there. Fucking classic, mate.
What do you
Classic.
say?
Read it.
What, he had an invisible cloak, but he can't find it now?
For fuck's sake. We have them on here, don't we?
Yeah.
Top marks for that one.
Oh,
So
they
anyway,
do. Yeah, if you get on a subject or something, right, you can see some really brilliant jokes come out or funny references.
I
Honestly, I've
think
been
you're chatting shit, Bobby. But a great joke. Oh, awesome, man. Awesome. That was good. So anyway, the link's there, guys, if you want to go have a little look. It's only quick, I believe.
sorry. What's that? Where's the link?
In the chat.
Is it where?
Cool Tools is there.
Oh, sorry, I've seen it there. That's it. You will be after that bottle it's on. So if I go on StreamYard, oh, there it is. There, yeah, I saw
With
it up
old
there.
Bobby's coming.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, that's right. Yeah, because sometimes the comments appear on the StreamYard, but then when you go to the YouTube version, they don't appear. What is that? Is that YouTube doing it?
I think different. Is it?
Well, no. Sometimes I'll see a comment that's on the StreamYard where we're talking now. Then I'll click over to the YouTube version, and the comment won't appear. Do you think that could be YouTube automatically deleting a comment if they don't
I'm
think it's
not so sure. It's hard to say, isn't it? You know, like people say that, but you know, I don't know. I mean, maybe think they're different things. That's different line of comments, obviously, and I don't know.
Algorithms, or maybe that. I mean, sometimes I think we
I
go over
don't
the
know.
top. We go over the top about people spying on you, and I always know that when people say things on Twitter or something like that, and then the next day they say I've been hacked. 99.9 times out of 10, right, or 100, right, it's not true. They were either drunk or they were annoyed when they wrote something, and then they have to backtrack. Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
If if you or I said something.
That's often it, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I'd just say, "Oh, sorry, I was really angry last night and said something I might not, I shouldn't have said." But anyway, don't worry about it. I wouldn't say I was hacked. I mean, unless I was. But I think sometimes people
It's
use it
another
as,
excuse, isn't it? For
yeah,
those,
and they
it's all
say that
about
about it.
excuses, isn't it?
Yeah, and they say the government are watching us and they're censoring us and they're doing this and they're
Well,
doing
that
that.
might be true where I'm concerned, and you
Well,
especially.
maybe, yeah, but I think people,
You know what I mean, though. Yeah, they just embellish it and go on like
yeah,
that.
they just go
Nobody
over the top.
knows.
Yeah, exactly. I do think it's possible for platforms to shadow ban people, not allow it to get out to the main to more people than what they want to. But I believe that might happen. But I think, to be honest, it's like the old saying, though, cool tools. Cream always rises to the top anyway. So they can put barriers in your way. But if what you're doing is quality content or it's good,
Yeah,
it will always get through anyway, won't it?
yeah, and it's my little tactic has worked.
What's that?
Well, between me, you, and the floor.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, it really has. Yeah, I have noticed that. It's
Yep.
absolutely 100%. And again, I'm going to, and when I use that going forward, everyone, right, it'll be because Cool Tools suggested it, and I think it's a really good idea, and
You
I'm
don't
going to
even
do
have to
that.
do that, mate. You don't even have to do that. Oh no, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, but that's it. But it's a really good idea, and I think it seems to have, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. In other words, do you think all is quiet on the Western Front?
Yeah, and that's it. And we go back to what it's meant to be. Yeah, and we'd be here all night doing that bullshit. It's pointless.
I
So
know, but
I just thought, yeah,
the last live that's on my channel, 42 minutes was
yeah. I
right.
don't, honestly, we're addressing it now, aren't we? But
Yeah,
do you know what
exactly.
I mean? Exactly that. It was just too much.
Yeah,
I trying to stop you. I thought, what the fuck is he gone fucking
I
mad?
didn't. Yeah, because I didn't know.
Because like I know you love the medium, I do as well, and everyone else here. But the thing is like sometimes you gotta just make the decision, and I'm glad you listened to me in the end. But
Well,
like,
no, I did. Yeah,
no,
I
no,
did.
that's good. And none of us are always right anyway. But do you know what I mean? There'll be a time you do that with me, or about something or whatever, and it's just about seeing many heads
Yeah,
make many good decisions.
exactly, and that's exactly the same thing. And that's why I'm eager to have a word with Vix, and so she can show me how to do certain things on StreamYard. And again, it's a learning process for me, and that's what's really good is that I'm always prepared to learn and admit that if I didn't do something, it wasn't intentional. It's because I didn't realise. And then you adjust and you move forward. That's the way it should be.
I mean,
Speaking
Bobby
of
Fresh,
Vix,
fucking hell.
speaking of Vix, where is she? Is she about, or is she
She
having
probably
a?
fell asleep. She was eating a takeaway, and I do know she was knackered. But she
Oh,
did say she'd come in. I bet she'll have a little sleep, then come in. But
yeah.
anyway, I mean, I didn't say you have to come in or whatever. You know what I mean? It is what it is. So
And
anyway,
what?
Bobby Crush, what is it? He's waiting for the PM to be repatriated.
Well, don't talk to me about that. We've had 3 British prime ministers within about 3 weeks. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It
And
is.
we've not had an
Hold the
election.
fort a minute. I'm listening. I just got to do something.
Okay. Yeah, as I say, I mean, I'm not saying I don't support any of them, but we've had 3 prime ministers in the UK, the UK in about what 3 4 weeks, and there's not been a general election. I mean, that just shows you how much disdain, okay, and contempt that the elite have for the population. And I'd say that whoever was in power, not because it's the Tories, I mean, because Labour are no different, honestly, with that beady-eyed right, Quisling, Keir Starmer, right, you know, they are even worse than the Tories because they hide behind the Labour Party, whereas the Conservatives, you know what you're going to get with them. As I've always said, the Labour Party will stab you in the back. The Tory Party will stab you in the front, okay, and take pleasure in doing it. So that's the only difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. Because if there was a party of people out there to actually fight for the rights of the majority, well, they wouldn't get anywhere. That's what the Labour Party was formed for at the beginning of the 20th century, to represent the working classes. And what happened, we had an original Labour Party socialist policies put forward by a man I don't like. In fact, I think he's an arrogant person. I don't like him at all, Jeremy Corbyn. And a certain group of people stepped in and weaponised an issue, and not only got rid of Jeremy Corbyn, they got rid of all the genuine, decent Labour policies and replaced him with the speedy-eyed Quisling Starmer. So really, honestly, they need slinging out the Labour Party, and the Labour Party need to go back to the roots of the Labour Party, of what it was formed for. You know, it is all fake. It's absolutely nonsense. You know, and yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Bobby Crush, I mean, you know, I understand, yeah, about the constitutional powers of the king. Now we got a king, okay, and all the indications are, you know, whilst he spent from 1969 till 2022 as the Prince of Wales, he has been outspoken on lots of issues. And to be honest with you, where they say the king should stay out of it, actually, I don't think he should. I think he should throw in, you know, he should weigh into certain issues, even if I don't agree with what he says. You know, but yes, this separation of powers. Well, you know, where have we got to now? You know, we got a one-dimensional political system where they're all singing from the same hymn sheet, and we don't cut. There's no difference between them. A few little things, tinker around things around the edges. You know, and those who say, "Oh, the Liberal Democrats." Well, we saw what the Liberal Democrats did from 2010 to 2015. Okay, when they were Quislings, when they were little fanboys of the Conservatives and went into government. I mean, that nasty little scumbag. What was his name? Nick Clegg. Okay, he was the leader of Liberal Democrats, went into government as Deputy Prime Minister, and he now works for Facebook. So that shows what his real intentions were. You know, but I can see there's going to be a confrontation, you know, because to be honest with you, right, His Majesty the King, right, Charles, he doesn't seem to be a man, right, who will hold back, although he knows what his duties are and his position. But I mean, to be honest with you, he's always had an opinion. Not that I agree with everything he says, far from it, but you know, I respect the fact that he actually exercises that, and now he's king. Well, maybe we might get some things. But if he does, okay, you watch the media turn on him. You watch the media turn on the crown. Okay, you know, they will try to bring him down because they've got skeletons in the cupboard and stories about the king when he was Prince of Wales and all that they're just, you know, keeping, and they use them as blackmail. You see, that's the way the modern system works. So we might see, you know, if he starts to push back and say these things shouldn't, you know, these are bad things, you know, people need helping and all that carry on. Well, then start to see nasty, bad stories about him appearing in the press, because it's a conspiracy. The world is run by corporations, but it's those who control the corporations. They're just the proxy. Okay, they've had to hide. They've had to go and hide because they're being exposed, because we know who you are. We know exactly who you are. So what they've done is step back, and they've got all the shares in the corporations, and then they push the corporations forward. But listen, we know who you are. We know what groups you come from and what groups you hide in and you hide behind. Okay, so you can run and you can hide behind corporations, but we know who you are. You know, and there are big changes that are coming. you know, regardless of the specific issue, but once they overturn Roe v. Wade in the United States of America, it said to me that everything is on the table. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, everything is on the table. Okay, so, you know, which to me is, you know, it's quite a dangerous thing. But if that's the way things are going, well, okay, well, then maybe His Majesty the King can start commenting on social issues. Because to be honest with you, you know, his track record, okay, on social issues actually are quite are not that bad. You know, His Majesty the King Charles, right? He's different to Edward VIII, who went to the coal miners in Wales and said something must be done, and then he went and abdicated. So that's how much he cared. So we'll see going forward. You know, we got a new king, okay, for a new era. So maybe going forward, he will start to comment on social issues. Why shouldn't he? You know, it won't be in the interests of those who control everything, but it'll be in the interests of public debate. It'll be in the interests of people actually wanting to discuss these certain issues. You know. So that, you know, that there's lots of things happening. How far are we away? Anyone know how far are we away from the Jake Paul what's his name fight? Anderson fight, and then the other one is Lomachenko. He's fighting tonight as well, apparently. Tony Gilmartin, I know he'll be watching it. Tony Gilmartin, can you please keep us up to date with what's going on? Okay, let's and we'll see, won't we? Let's have a look what we got here. I'm just having a scoop round. They're clamping down in Australia. They really are clamping down in Australia on the because in Australia, organised crime is run by like the Hells Angels. They call them bikie gangs. You've got the Comancheros, which are the biggest. You've got the Rebels. You've got a few others. Okay, and now the Australian authorities are really cracking down on them. You know, Mark Buddle, the leader of the Comancheros, was arrested in Northern Cyprus and he was deported back to Australia. He's in jail. Okay, you've got had assassinations and all kinds of stuff. So it seems that they're starting to crack down. Well, as we know, when they take the leaders down, they just replace them with other leaders. You know, but so that's why we're living in interesting times. Who said that? Was it what was his name? Contentious or someone like that, wasn't it? Copernicus or someone, he said, didn't he? May you live in interesting times. And I think they are interesting times that we're living in. You know, especially with the world being so small and 24-hour news. But the thing is, it can get on top of you because literally one day rolls into another, 1 hour into another, and all of a sudden you realise you don't know what day it is. So you have to step back. And I mean that's why I like to now, and I'm going to going forward the weekends use as you know, come on to other people's panels, you know, and try to just take a break from sort of doing my lives for a couple of days a week, or you know, but unless of course some big news breaks and I want to do a live. But the last few days have been very, very hectic for me, very tired. I've done a 26-hour stint, went and had some sleep, came back and I've done a 27-hour stint until earlier on yesterday, Friday morning. And then I had about, what was it? I can't remember, 10 hours sleep. And I woke up at midnight, 4 hours ago, because the clock's gone back. So, you know, that's something that I'm learning. As I say, it's a learning process for me. You know, I've got to try to organise time management and what I do. And also the fact is I quite like the camaraderie. When you talk to people, they've got a channel, you go on someone else's channel and all this sort of stuff. And I know that we talk about the negative things about some true crime channels get sort of like guests and they pass them round. I do understand that, but I think this is different. You know, this is just going on other people's channels that you talk with, not necessarily agree with, well, just kind of, you know, spreading the love kind of thing. I think Paulie Walnuts described it earlier as. You're back now, Cool Tools.
Yeah, what did you think about that video?
What video?
I put up in the chat.
Oh, hang on, let me go on. Oh, well, this one here. Let's have a look. I've clicked on it now.
What's he like?
Okay,
This comes from the man, yeah, that put something in the chat, and 2 seconds later he asked whether you watched it, and it's a minute and a half long.
Right, hang on a sec then. Right, hang on. I need to. What do I need to do? Right, where am I?
You're not being very fast.
I just put myself on mute, and so I can listen.
I can't see it now. Have you got it? Yeah. What did everyone else think of it? Couldn't make it out. Really, Doily? Come on, mate. What screen are you watching it on? I suppose it'd be quite hard on the phone. I mean, I tried looking at lyrics on the phone a couple of weeks back, and yeah, it wasn't good. You know, lyrics like it was on a karaoke, and I could see the lyrics but you know, like when the colour moves through them as the song's meant to be sung. Yeah, it didn't work very well because I couldn't see it that well. But that, yeah.
Yeah, I just watched it. I watched it. It was a bit blurry, but I got the point of it. It was a bit blurry, but I could see what it was meant to be.
Imagine what it would have been like without anything there. You'd have seen his full. You know what I mean? You'd have made him out, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
There was like at least 70% of him, which was kind of gone, and you couldn't have 100% seen there and took a shot, could you?
No, it was a bit blurry.
You'd have been taking a shot at something that you weren't sure about, and yeah, they might have took a shot for the hell of it, but do you know what I mean? You know, that put an element of security on doing that little manoeuvre.
Yeah, and also don't forget, if you go back and look at some of the James Bond films from the 60s and 70s, that technology is now been made public, and it makes me wonder. Do you remember in the James Bond movie where Daniel Craig and he had the invisible car when he could do something in the car, the Aston Martin would disappear? I'm wondering if they can do that already. Do you think?
Yeah. I mean,
disappear rather than disappear.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but you know they've got I don't know. They've got lots of different stuff, but I don't know about that one. I think it's more about listening, surveillance, hidden cameras, drones. You know, maybe you can make something appear like it's, you know, in the same as what's around you. I think that's some kind of mirroring thing. You know, some sort of mirror. I mean, you think about it. You know, like if you had a mirror, and you got a mirror, and it was like two-way, or maybe three, but probably two, like in a bit of a triangular thing, and you held that with two, you know, it's like fixed, and you held it with two straps around you, and you got out of somewhere and kind of, you know, you kind of moved it around. That would cover you, and you would get, it would appear like the surroundings would be on the mirror, wouldn't it? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
They'd be moving a bit, and you know, like it's kind of, but it would kind of mirror you, wouldn't it? Cloak you a bit, yeah? And I believe that particular thing is some kind of mirror in a sheet form. They've worked out how to, you know, put mirror. I mean, I've seen reflective jackets that, you know, they do kind of take on a bit, you know, not 100%, no way, but they take on a bit of the surroundings. You know, like the colour of the surroundings a bit, you know, to a certain degree. But that is like some kind of mirroring materials. That's the way I see it. You know,
yeah. And what do you think about it all seems to have gone quiet recently about this. You remember when everyone was talking about nanotechnology and having miniature drones the size of a fly or size, you know, really tiny.
Yeah,
you know,
I believe they exist, yeah.
So you could have a fly on the wall, literally a fly on the wall that's filming everything and listening.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And I would say China would be the people who would do that more than anyone, wouldn't you?
Wow, they're doing them up from that size right up to ones that carry a couple of humans, like a
Yeah,
taxi. I watched that video, but the thing about it is, it's all running on battery power. That's why these areas of the world where there's lithium mines, yeah,
yeah,
they're becoming the hottest places because everything's turning towards battery power, isn't it? Yeah, they've
uh-huh,
realised they can make some pretty damn powerful batteries, yeah, and they can be recycled to a certain amount. I think it's about 60 or 70%. When a battery's done, I think you can recycle it a bit, not completely, but to a certain amount. So these lithium mines are, in places where they could explore for it and maybe find it, are becoming very sought after in countries like China are trying to get in there. Giving subsidies to countries where, like India, oh, we'll build you this or we'll do this for this rights for 50 years or 100 years. We'll do this for you. Oh, really? So they start the project and they get the rights to look for certain minerals, products, and that's happening all over the world, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
With China, they're using their selling a load of crap and whatever else they can make and sell, you know, to provide them with the money to be able to do the other things to get the raw material, especially them key raw materials. Because, that's the biggest one, isn't it? Them lithium and stuff to do with batteries. Jesus. You've cracked it. That's more valuable than diamonds. If like a diamond mine compared to, say, a mine that produces stuff to do with batteries, you think, oh, well, batteries, throwaway thing, or, got so much of a life, they're not that expensive. But really, in the long run, the battery mine is going to outperform the diamond mine, I'd say.
Yeah. And what's the other thing they keep looking for? What is it? That cobalt, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
What's that
Cobalt,
used? Yeah, what's that used
metal,
in?
very hard metal, and you can get a lot of cobalt. I think it's in all the the drill bits, things like that, and I think it strengthens steel as well, or like an alloy that you can make into an alloy. I think
Yeah, I mean,
something like that.
I always hear stories. They talk about this cobalt, and I didn't really know what it was used for. Hello, Kenzie. Kenzie's just come in. Hello, Kenzie.
Good morning, Kenzie. Attention! I hope you're standing so tall and very well, my sweetie. Nice
Yeah,
to see you. We've got an extra hour to play this morning.
yeah, we have. It's what is it now? It's three. It says 3:21 here. Is that right? Is that when the clock's gone back?
Yeah. That's the correct time now.
Right, okay, so I'm just checking call tools because I just want to make sure.
So yeah, we've had an extra hour to play. So Austin just come along because my other friend seems to have ditched me.
Who's that?
Everyone's knackered from last night.
I know.
I was expecting Tonkin, Vix, maybe
Yeah,
Eddie Gannon.
yeah. Well,
But no,
everyone.
they'll pop in later on.
Yeah, but also you're right. As we're saying, we do long lives, you and I, all the time. Okay, and we can get used to it. But those long negative lives really do drain you, don't they? I feel drained.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. Terrible.
Ugh. Ugh. Dear, oh dear.
I mean, I'm surprised. after last night and the way I was with this bloody side that I'd want to do it. But I wanted to, so I did.
Yeah, but you was in pain though last night. I heard it in your voice
Fucking
when I
hell.
was on Vix's. You were really in pain. That's why the first thing I said to you today was, "How are you feeling?" Because
No,
you
I
know, what I mean, that was,
appreciate that.
no,
Listen,
it was.
it's
You
all
know,
about bouncing back in it, lad.
yeah,
Hey?
no, yeah, it is. But I could really hear in your voice you were in pain. You was a lot. You was in a lot of pain, and that's why you didn't come on the live. So it was probably a good thing you didn't. But I could tell you was listening though.
Yeah, it's like, and you want to take part. I wanted to come on the panel a bit, and I did in the end, but it's like, it was hard, hard. And yeah, I just needed to do a few of these stretches and, get a few meds down me and just you know, get it so it was going away. But it's not going to go away. I know that. I've got this for a few months at least. But yeah, it's kind of bit niggly now, which isn't so bad. I look at a little bit of progress as the start of a lot of progress. Yeah, so
Yeah,
let's
I
be
mean,
positive.
yeah, it's funny because I mean, I get that when I'm laying on my turn. If I turn to my left and lay on my side, it puts pressure on my tummy and my abdomen where I had that bloody hernia thing with a mesh, and it aches really bad. And it was aching a lot this morning. When I got up and I kept trying to turn over, and that was the thing that made me get up because it was aching. Now I'm sitting in the chair. Touch wood, the ache has gone away. So I think there's a lot what you say about when you're laying in bed putting pressure on an area which might be tender. I mean, with you, is it when you lay on one side that you get more pain than if you lay on the other side or on your back?
It's about moving around a bit, and trying to relieve it in a sense. I mean, we all should know our bodies by now at this age, especially, you've got another 10 years on it. It's like you kind of should be reasonably in tune with your body and, those sort of things. Even if you didn't know it last week, if you've
Yeah,
learned it this week, then do it, you do
that's
whatever
right.
works,
Yeah,
and this one, I hadn't had the side one for a long time because my ribs will bust on silly things, fairground ride, whatever, they just rebust because of my sternum, and I was told that's always going to happen. So beware of it. I was going to get an operation which was massive, huge, and I don't know whether they'll do that now, but it was huge. Where they were going to do some severe work, and I didn't fancy it. To be honest, I didn't fancy it. I spoke with someone, even got someone to speak to me at the best ward in the whole country doing that type of work. And I think they wanted to do the operation. I wasn't so keen, but they got this guy to come and speak to me who'd had it. And he was a bit more honest than they wanted him to be, I think. And it kind of cemented my own thoughts and thought, nah,
yeah.
I'm going to leave it for now. Because he told me about, he said it was like 11 months of hell and 1 month of joy.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I mean, you saying that has triggered me to remember that a couple of years ago, I used to get feeling upset stomachs and being doubled up in pain. So I cut out all takeaways, all eggs, all cheese, and I've got a diet that I choose myself, normally of a fresh chicken or a stew, vegetables, and that. And to be honest with you, touch wood, it's had a really positive effect. I haven't got the same kind of bad tummies. I don't eat any takeaways whatsoever. Not that I'd like to. I can't afford it half the time. But to be honest, in some ways, I've discovered that things like that, dairy, maybe lots of eggs, lots of cheese, it's not good for you or not good for me.
Well, funny that, I mean, you took all them things out at once.
Yeah.
You see, me, I did it one thing at a time to try and see. And I found out that, you know, I'm a carb monster. That's a fact. I like my carbs, my bread, my rice, my pastas, that type of thing. And it was certain bread. that was niggling me a bit, you know.
Right.
And I didn't have the, what's it called, the the wheat thing, where you got a wheat ID or
Gluten
something
in it
like
or
that.
something. Yeah, gluten
Yeah,
free.
I didn't have that, but it was just niggling me a little bit here and there. So you know, I'll be on that bike to creation in no time. I hope so, mate. He hadn't even contacted me a bit. I saw him in the chat the other day, old Crosshatch, and yeah, that'd be good. But yeah, so I thought I'd eliminate one thing at a time to try and find out, and yeah, I believed it was bread that was niggling my stomach a little bit. But yeah, you took all that out at once. Interesting. I mean, I do believe a happy diet, a happy person, you know, and it's nice to have a treat. I'm big into food, my household, God. We're crazy for it. My son is even, my son's big on chicken, but he won't eat any chicken unless they've cooked it. I couldn't give him Bird and Matthews in a packet, yeah? To pick on or something like that. No, 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 no.
All right.
They got to cook it at home. You know, he cooks a tray of chicken pies every day. Yeah, he'll do a whole chicken, every few days. Like that. He's got a very similar diet to what you've got, really. But yeah, he wants to, do it like that. But chicken's a big thing. Don't think you can go far wrong, can you, with chicken?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, yeah, I mean, I will eat beef if I do a stew, but I do tend to just eat chicken. And another thing that I've found as well, just not only for any other benefit, but taste benefit, is I steam my vegetables in a steamer. One of them
Yeah,
steamers.
I've been doing that for a long time. Yeah.
Nice, honestly, they make the vegetables really. You get the actual taste of the vegetables. It's really, I prefer them now.
We do that through convenience and washing up and all that as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it tastes
What to
better.
be putting pans on and all that bollocks, scrubbing
Well, it
pans.
does. It tastes so much better than when you boil stuff,
Yeah, yeah.
and when you steam it. It really does taste much better.
And it
And I,
is, you catch the flavour, don't you?
yeah, yeah, definitely.
Whereas
Yeah,
a pan, you boil it to death. You know, no good. At least the steam goes through it, and the vegetable, doesn't disintegrate in itself, and the goodness come out. So yeah, a little bit of steamed asparagus,
yeah, oh, lovely.
carrot.
Green
Broccoli
beans.
comes that way better, doesn't it?
Yeah, a bit more crunchy. Yeah, and also green beans.
Yeah,
And if you want to do it, you can put Sweden carrots in there. Really steam them well,
that's
so they're
right.
soft, and then mash them up with some pepper and butter, and they come out really beautiful. I like that as well. I like lamb as well. I must admit.
Yeah, I'm big into lamb and beef, but I don't eat pork. I don't eat liver. I don't eat kidney or anything like that.
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't eat much offal now. No, I don't. Honestly, steak,
Listen,
and I
since
don't
I
eat
had
pies.
the Rona, Jesus
Sorry.
Christ. Since I had the Rona,
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, you said you was having an effect with your taste buds, weren't you?
fucking hell, mate, you can taste things for what they really are. Oh, bad, very bad. Honestly, I used to eat some of that stuff, yeah, but now it's horrendous. I can't touch it.
Yeah, again, that's another thing. I used to eat lots of pies. I don't eat pies now, like meat pies and that.
No, no, I don't. I mean, I'm big into seafood, to be honest. Seafood's my thing. I've got a nice tray of prawns and mussels here. I'm just about to eat, yeah?
Uh-huh.
I'm into that type of thing. I like a bit of, nice bit of fish. Nice bit of, even smoked fish and stuff like that. I like all that.
Yeah, I know it's very rich, but I do like you get the tin of John West red salmon. All that is
Oh,
rich.
yeah, that's all right. Yeah, yeah.
I do like that.
I like the ones in the sauce. The mackerel in the sauce.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They're nice.
In the hot sauce. You want to get a few of them? They're nice. A little bit of fat in it, but it's good fat.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, my trouble was I was on a diet once called the seafood diet. Whatever I see,
Yeah.
I eat.
That's the one. I was on that one as well, but I used to eat all the seafood as well. You can't take me to the seaside. I keep going missing. She, where the fuck's he gone? Is he gone to get his bloody fortune read? Now I'll be at the fucking seafood store getting a bloody munch.
Mind
You
you,
know,
I can eat most things called tools, but there's one thing I really can't eat, and I've never been able to, is jellied eels.
no, it's not my thing.
Oh
Either.
me, no, I'm sorry, but I've tried. I tried 2 or 3
No,
times,
no.
and I just couldn't eat them. I really can't. I just don't know why it is, but I don't know about anyone in the chat whether they could. But jellied
Was it
eels,
whelks and mussels? Yeah,
well, they're too
whelks.
chewy, aren't they? Yeah, whelks are too chewy. I mean,
Yeah,
mussels are all
whelks. You
right.
know, messing around with the bloody pin. Do you know what
Yeah,
I mean? Fucking about like that. Sorry. No, I'm a mussel man. Muscle's the cheapest form of protein produced.
yeah. Cockles are all right because they're nice.
Oh, cockles are the best.
Yeah, but whelks, I could never get on with them. They're chewy. They were a bit too rubbery for
Yeah,
me.
too much pissing about and all that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know, I used to get double helping. I used to get home a regular at a certain place.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
down the seafront. Yeah, and they see me coming along, and they give me a double helping for the same price. Now you think, why would they do that? It's only if the owner's there. Yeah, you
Hmm.
think, why would they do that? Because during that day, I'll go past there 4 times, and I will buy up them 4 times. Yeah, and anyone around me, I'll pay for as well. Yeah. And I know what they're doing. They get sometimes a bag from the bloody wholesalers and they defrost it and say it's just been caught in the sea. I know all this, yeah? I tell them. That's why I get a double helping because I'm up front of it. I told them, listen, this is, I know what's going on and they defrosted, you know, and they gave me some details and I could get a massive bag of cockles for a tenner. I mean, a huge bag, frozen from the wholesalers, a tenner. I mean, that was, you know, it's a couple of years back, but do you know what I mean? They're beautiful, you know, and that's all they do. And they put it on them trays, you know, a bit of seafood sauce or whatever. But now I just a glutton for it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Look at Doyle's comment, and so I think he knows what we mean. We're all on the same page.
Yeah, I don't think jelly deals.
No, honestly, I don't. I'm not saying that people who like.
Flaky, Jesus.
No, honestly, I couldn't. I can't. I can't get on with them. Jelly
That
deals is
isn't acquired. That to me, that is more like a river food. That ain't
again.
seafood, is it? Eels are
Yeah.
in the river, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know.
Fresh
Sea.
water, isn't it? It's freshwater fish,
No,
eels.
no, no, no. I think you can get eels in the sea as well.
Yeah, but what I mean is where
Conger
they were
eels.
getting them from. When I was a kid, I caught one. It fucking wrapped itself around my arm. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
screaming
I
like I was
don't
getting
know what eels.
attacked.
Yeah, I don't know what eels they use for jelly eels, whether they're from the sea or
I
whether.
think I think it is. It's from the freshwater.
Oh, okay.
Someone
Well,
would have
whatever.
to check, but I'm just going on my life experience of what I think. I don't know 100%, but they're only kind of small as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but all I know is I've tried a couple of times and I just can't get on with jellied eels. They really just don't. Um, you know. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. I
I
really.
mean, like pie and mash, pie and liquor. What do you think to that?
No, that's different ball game. I like that. That's nice. Couple of pies, a couple of nice bit of mash with the pea liquor. That's lovely. I'd eat that. Yeah, that's not a problem. But yeah,
Yeah,
and I
I
go.
didn't get on with that.
No, no.
Is
Sometimes
that
I.
me being a fucking snob or thinking I'm a snob?
No, no,
What
no.
wanting to go to Claridge's in the
Yeah,
morning, yeah?
yeah. But to be honest with you, I think it might be the liquor because I don't like the liquor. It was all vinegary and sort of and that. So I'd say no, you can leave the liquor. Just I'll have the.
Yeah, but with me, fish and chips, I don't like mushy peas.
You don't.
No.
I don't mind them, and also people have chips with curry sauce. I mean, I don't
Now, I
mind.
love that. I'm a curry sauce man.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. It's all right. That's nice.
My
Yeah.
missus makes that same stuff at home. All it comes in a powder, you add water in a pan.
Really?
Yeah, that's all it is. You get this powder,
Uh
curry
huh.
sauce powder, and you put it in a pan, you add water, you whisk it up, and it's like you get from the chip shop. Unbelievable.
Oh,
Yeah, she got onto that. Not that we make it when we have fish and chips, we get it from there. But do you know what I mean? It's like we've had it with a couple of with noodles and with prawn noodles that we did and with veg and all that. You know, she's a good at person to experiment cooking. I give her a few tips and she gets an idea and we put it together.
Oh, okay, yeah, and then the other thing as well, whenever I used to go and get Kentucky Fried Chicken or KFC as they call it, I'd always get a big pot of the chicken sauce and dip the chicken in when you eat it. It makes it really even more tasty because KFC can be a bit dry, so I'd break the
Yeah,
chicken up and dip it into the chicken sauce, the gravy, the
yeah,
chicken
that's
gravy.
all good. I'm in like a barbecue sauce myself, you know. But
Oh
yeah,
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 barbecue.
proper barbecue sauce. None of these moody ones, yeah. I don't do moody condiments, yeah. If a
Hmm.
place has got moody condiments, yeah, and it ain't the proper names, I ain't going in. Simple as that. Doyle, you fucking hell, nibble on corpses. And then apparently I'm like Purple Lackey, because I like mussels.
Yeah, I don't know who this man is. People talk about him. I don't know who he
Nibbling
is.
on corpses.
I don't know what that means neither.
Oh, Bobby. Eat a lot of cockles when you're at work. Jesus Christ, mate.
But I think all those things, they're nice though when you eat them and you haven't had them for a while because you sort
Yeah,
of
there is
remember,
that element of it. You're right there, yeah.
and you go, oh, I forgot about this, just how nice they are.
Yeah, there is that. There's always that with some nice food, isn't there?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
true.
I mean, I try to regularly have in a week. I'll have a chicken which will do me for 2 days. I'll have half the chicken when I cook it, and then I'll eat the other half cold the next day with vegetables. And I'll do a stew which lasts me 3 or 4 days. So there's always some fresh kind of main dinner that I'll have through the week. And then the second week before the shopping comes, I'll eat stuff that's in the freezer. And so that's what I'm really doing. But as you get older, you can adjust your diet and to try to sort of find things that agree with you and don't agree with you. And I can't take maybe a lot of the takeaway food and a lot of the rich dairies like cheese and eggs and things.
What
I
do you
do this.
like? What do you like with sort of stuff like, don't you ever buy any processed food whatsoever, like a pizza or, you
Not so
know,
much now. No, I mean there might be
nothing
stuff in.
like that.
Well, there might be things in the freezer where I might just get I might go and cook up something like 10 fish fingers or something like that. But no, and there
Chicken
might be
burgers. Don't you like chicken burgers?
yeah. Well, no, I'll tell you what I've got. I've got quarter-pounder extra special lamb burgers, and what I do is I'll
Oh
cook
yeah,
them.
yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, I mean, I love a bit of lamb as well, but the
Yeah.
problem is my missus don't eat lamb.
Yeah. Well, these burgers I'll cook them up, and I've got these brioche rolls which are lovely, and I'll put them
Yeah,
in
that's
there.
the way, mate. That's the way I do it.
Yeah,
Go
and
on.
fresh onion. Fresh onion. I don't cook the onion. Big Spanish onion. I chop it fresh in the burger and make
Yeah.
like myself a homemade burger. So that's as far as I'll go. It's not only I do it for that, but it's the cost as well. I mean, the takeaway
Yeah.
now costs 20-30 pound a person, doesn't it?
Funny enough, yeah, talking about takeaways, yeah.
Go
As
on.
we speak, as we spoke this evening,
Yeah,
my sister, my little nephew, who's a professional darts player,
yeah.
um, and her fella's little boy are all in Istanbul.
Oh no, what in Turkey?
Yeah, in Turkey, they're in Istanbul tonight. And yeah, I was telling him about this place, my sister, years ago. Fucking hell, I'm talking 10 years ago. Telling him because I had to go to Turkey for one weekend once and Istanbul. And I was telling him about this place. I had a guide with me, guy who knew the area and all that shit. And yeah, we were there for like 2, 3, 4 days. And we went for food at this place and I never seen anything like it. It was the best thing I'd ever had. And I like a kebab. And then I went back another day and had a burger. And it was just perfect. Exactly what I wanted. And I found that once or twice in the UK, similar. but only a little bit of it. There you had like much more choice. But anyway, long story short, they went there tonight. So that'll come up on Instagram at some point. Yeah, they went there tonight, and that was the only night they were going to be in Istanbul. You know what I mean?
So what, are they on holiday?
Yeah, they were not.
Okay, and it's what
But
now?
yeah, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, what's the temperature like? And is it still warm in Turkey now?
It will be. There's a heat wave across the bloody Europe, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean it's been really warm recently, isn't it? Here.
Yeah, they can't handle the mid-season temperatures. It's too much. It's too much for us. Too much for me nephew, and I don't know about the other two, but you know what I mean. It's too much. So, half term seemed to be the best time temperature wise, but I bet it's a bit hot. She said it was hot, but she said it wasn't too bad. But I'll speak to them tomorrow on WhatsApp, see what they're saying.
I mean that's one of the. I'll say that's one of the things that is that makes the internet an amazing thing, and these platforms, the way you can keep in touch with people all over the world, 24/7. I mean, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah. The WhatsApp's a great one,
I've never done that. I don't know how to do that. I've never ever even looked at it. Is that a good one?
You haven't got WhatsApp?
No, I really don't. I haven't. I don't know. I've never looked at it. I don't even know what it's like.
You're going to have to download it. Just get it up and download it. WhatsApp Messenger.
Oh, okay.
And then all your contacts that you've got link into it. And then you can add who you want and all the rest of it. But it's very good. You can ring anywhere around the world as long as the other person has WhatsApp as well.
Do you know what? Honestly, I'm slowly learning these things, but at the moment,
you can speak with your lawyer.
Yeah.
Over the internet for free. If she had WhatsApp, and if she ain't got WhatsApp, you ring her and tell her to get it.
Well, no. If I speak to my lawyer, I do it on Skype.
Okay, well, it's very similar, but WhatsApp is into your phone a bit easier. It's in your contacts, and do you know what I mean? It's more convenient. And
okay, yeah, but hang on.
Photographs, film, everything.
Yeah, but hang on.
You can do live chats. You can see each other, do FaceTimes, everything.
Yeah, but I haven't got a phone. I use a desktop, don't I? So is it still good?
Yeah, but you've got a phone, haven't you, now?
No, I've just got one of the burner phones for the verification.
You just need a basic internet phone.
Okay.
That's what you need. Now, this day and age, burner phone's only used for one thing, really.
I know it is. I know the woman looked at me strange. I went in there, I said, listen, I want one of them burner phones. And she looked at me, I went,
for God's sake, fucking hell. They'd have been taking the number plates you drove off or whatever.
No, I said, listen, I've got a YouTube channel and I've got to do a 2-step verification where they send me, a text with the number to get into my YouTube. I said, that's all.
Anything like that, ask me, yeah?
Because okay.
I'll tell you the right and the most secure, easiest way, yeah, the best. You just want a cheap, you want it, not YouTube, fucking hell. You want a cheap internet phone for what you want, yeah? 60, 70, 80 quid, yeah?
No, apparently, no, my boy has got, he's just got a brand new phone and he's got an iPhone 12 that he was going to give me for nothing. It's all paid for.
Well, take it.
Okay, and I said I didn't want a contract, but he said you can get a SIM card and you can pay as you go.
Do that.
So that's what I'm hoping to do. I don't want to contract.
It's when you can do it. It's all about time. You want to say, get round here and give me that phone then, please, and the charger. And what could you grab a few SIM cards for me on the same, whatever network he's on. So you got to be on the same network, your SIM card, unless it's an unlocked phone. But usually, 50-50. Some are unlocked, some aren't. So you need a SIM card in the same network. So that's
the network is the network that he uses is the same as the one that I use, and I could use the same thing.
There you go. So if you can use the same SIM card, even better. But yeah, you want to grab that as soon as possible because you're missing out on lots of things you can do over the internet.
That's it, Doyle. Yeah, Doyle's got it. That's it. That's the phone. Alcatel. It was £17.99 in Argos. It's a little tiny black thing. I don't like it though because my fingers are too fat, and so when I try to press the button, and I keep pressing the wrong button. That's the only thing I don't like about it.
Ain't them out to kill ones with people with bad eyes?
No, they're the blinking tiny little thing. It's the size of what? It's
Yeah.
about 4 inches. And then when I try
Doyle,
to
did
press,
it fit up your ass, mate?
oh God, what are we talking about? Hey, what will people want to do
That's
that?
what. What do you mean? How do you think they get it into jail?
No, what they put it in their
Yes,
mouth?
they do, mate.
No, what they put it in your
Doyle,
mouth?
were your muscles moving up for it to enter? You know, that's what they do. And
You're
obviously you've got prison officers bringing them in when they get iPhones, things like that. But yeah, you know, a lot of them come in that way, or they come back from a town visit, boom, up the old gear. A lot of the prisons have got the magic throne now, aren't they? Now you come
what's
in,
that?
you come in, you sit on this metal seat, and it's got an X-ray thing in it, and it buzzes if there's metal in you. But you can. Some people have metal in maybe fractures in their legs or their arms, yeah, or a hip or something like that. However, wherever it is, a couple of screws in their elbow, and that can set it off. So then people that have got that and get an exemption, they can come and sit on it. It goes up, and they can't get done anyway. So they're the people that will bring them in, and they bring a couple at a time. I've heard of a couple at a time, some people, and they'll sell them for like $1,000 or something like that. You know, but yeah, it's quite common. You know, just get someone talking freely to the outside world. You know, some have got a lot of dodgy shit going on, but usually them sort of people, they usually end up with like an iPhone. But there is a bit of footage that someone drew my attention to, and it was a prison officer stood on the bottom of a wing in a prison in the UK, and there was a guy uh, doing something on a internet style phone, so like an iPhone, and he was doing something where he was typing the text and he was FaceTiming someone as well, I think, and then he filmed what was around him, and there was a prison officer that had his back to him, so you know that prison officer couldn't see definitely him spot on. But what was quite funny was another guy comes into the shot and he's talking on the phone to his ear, walking right past the front of the prison officer. And a lot of people were like, huh? I saw this on another channel, he put it up. Everyone's going, huh? What's all that about? Then he walks up to the other guy and they both have the phones in their hands. Oh, you're going to give me a number and all this shit, you know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. Then the prison officer looks around a bit and then walks off. And what that is, I believe in the UK and in Scotland, they're doing some kind of study on having mobile phones in prisons.
Okay, yeah, you did say that. Wasn't there a test pilot scheme going somewhere? You said,
That's
didn't you?
right, that's the one, yeah, basically. Now, they've obviously issued them with phones that are, limited who they can, the numbers, they can ring and things like that and what they can do on them. And maybe they've got some kind of jamming device in the prison which helps prevent, certain things happening. Because I do know through experience that you can jam and open mobile phone communications around you quite easily with certain devices, yeah? And those
Uh-huh.
devices will fit in a suitcase, yeah? Basically they can control and see what's going on in a 500,000 meter yards around you, and find out who's on the phone, who's not. The number comes up that's being used, the network, and you can even listen in. And that was 10 years ago and before. That was doable. And the piece of equipment, you think, oh God, that's going to be £250,000. It wasn't. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. Nowhere near like. It was quite simple, really. I think it's about 60 grand's worth,
Oh, okay. Um,
and that could be done.
can I just put it out there? Anyone got any updates on Lomachenko? Because I just read something on Twitter that he needs to step it up. So Tony Gilmartin to be the man. Anything on Lomachenko and anything on Jake Paul Anderson? Because I'm not watching and I don't know what's going on, and I'd like to know. I'd rather someone tell me. I can't watch it. I get too worried. You know what I'm like?
Pull his finger out Doyle's ass. Yeah, he's got to pull his finger out of Doyle's ass because that phone ain't up there. He needs to get fighting. Prisoner gave a radio talk show here. Prisoner rang a radio talk show here and gave his name. Hard fight around round 6.
What's that? Is that Tony?
Yeah, hard fight round 6.
Oh, thanks, Tone. Tone, you're a gentleman. Honestly, good. You really are. You're better than the Oracle. Tony Gilmartin, actually, on the quiet, he knows a lot about boxing.
He does, yeah, he does.
Yeah. He does, and he sort of can, and he can see things coming along. And I love his commentary as it happens. Loma, you think he's hard fight round 6 Loma? Yeah. What do you think? Do you think he's going to win this fight, or is he being exposed? Because and am I right, Tony? I don't mean to keep asking you lots of questions. Is Lomachenko in the same weight division as Devon Haney?
Now then, Jared. Loma probably was, but it's like one's going down, one's going up. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to learn this because there's Lomachenko. There's another one who's called whose name is a similar sort of one as Lomachenko. I can't remember what his name is now. Hang on, they mentioned it up here.
Devon Haney.
No, not Devon Haney. Lomachenko's one of them. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't know, but do you know what it is with boxing?
Go on.
You've got to keep your finger on the pulse constantly. And I have done that, yeah? For something, it takes a lot of effort to really be absolutely current. And do you know what I find now? Because of all the bullshit, the way things are put out all over the internet, all the different channels about fights going to be made, is it made, this has happened, drug test, this, that, the other, oh, this guy's stepping in, and, this card's changed, Eddie Earn said this, and, it gets very draining. So I try to just read between the lines a bit and not get too much into it, because with the Wilder Joshua fight, it was a breath of fresh air when Fury stepped in and said, I'm going to fight him, because I'd been listening to a load of bullshit for months and it was burning my head out. Tony, I'm sure you'll agree, but it's too much. And when Fury stepped in and said he'd do that, I knew something great was about to happen. I knew it.
Yeah, and it was certainly memorable, and I don't think we've heard the last of that. That's it, Tony Gilmartin, Teofimo Lopez, and then Lomachenko.
Oh, Lopez, yeah, he's been around a while.
I know, but I get the names confused with.
You're confusing me.
Yeah, no, Lomachenko.
I might be from a boxing family, but
no,
making me look bad.
No, it's Lomachenko, Teofimo, and all those things. That's how I get it all confused. But so it's Lomachenko's fighting tonight. It's round 6 and it's about even now. So, and that's another thing as well. Can you explain that to me? When they used to have 15 rounds for championship fights, and then they dropped them to 12 and 10 rounds for women. But with even rounds, it makes draws more likely, doesn't it? That's why they used to have odd number rounds, so that it was hard to get a draw. Is that correct? I mean, you know that.
I mean that 15-round thing. My granddad performed in that. It's all up there. He performed in that, and that did. They tried to take that element out of boxing, but it's always going to be there, I feel, because the scoring's never going to be there. That's why they got 3 judges, yeah. But then them 3 judges, it's an odd number. But 15 rounds, does it make a lot of difference? Probably not, because they're scoring him the way they want anyway. They're just going to give, they're going to give their decision regardless. So it's like it's still done through three judges. So
but instead of an even number
I know,
of
I know.
12,
Instead of an
it
even,
should
it's
be
an odd
11.
number. But does it always end that way anyway? And it's like I don't know. It goes the distance, yeah. And does an even or an odd number make it? I mean, if they did it as 11,
Yeah, that's
would
what
it
I was
would it
thinking.
change? Would it change the decision? No,
Oh, okay. I'll
I
ju-
don't
well,
think so because I tell you what, a good boxing fan knows when there's been some kind of interference.
yeah,
You
well,
know,
it's obvious, isn't it? It really is obvious. We see it time and again, but also it creates more draws. And I don't think it should be possible for a boxing match to be a draw. If you
oh God, Turbo. My betting strategy in boxing is about draws.
oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry about
I'll
that.
talk about this another time, my betting strategy, but that's the only time I ever bet on boxing. But yeah, it involves draws. Draws are the
Oh, okay.
golden egg. But anyway, no, the mate, talk what you want, mate. But I was just thinking, oh my God, he's trying to fucking take draws out of the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, draws, yeah, they shouldn't happen that much, but they do, thankfully. I haven't betted on boxing properly for some time now, since before COVID. But when I was, it was brilliant. But yeah, it was over. It's a numbers game. Yeah, I'm talking 4 cards, 20 fights. Yeah, you bet on all the draws because you bet on all the fights having a draw, and the ones you think more likely you put a bit heavier on because all the draws have an odds of usually a minimum of 18 to 1 upwards. You very rarely see a draw be any lower than 18 or 16 to 1.
Oh, okay.
Regardless of fight, draws are always very high odds. And it's funny, we go back to that first boxing match, Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. And a £20 bet that I put on, and I got a £10 free bet, yeah? And I thought, you know what? It's the first time they've met up. It's been a big thing. And if it's close,
Yeah.
they will make this a draw because they want a double or a trilogy, yeah?
Uh
It's
huh.
about the business, isn't it, yeah? If it's close in any way,
Uh huh.
they'll want it to be, a draw, the
Yeah.
first fight, yeah? Just the first fight. Because it makes, it starts to make something really of it.
Right.
I thought, well, if it's close in any way, it'll be that. So my free bet of tenner, boom, went on the draw. And guess what? It was a draw. Vinnie Jones, the prick, had put £1,000 on it.
Oh,
26 to 1.
good God. £1,000. Here, Tony Gilmartin has stepped in and said that was never a draw. Who do you think we should have won the first fight then, Tony? The
Well,
Wilder.
really, I think it should have been Fury, but, at the end of the day, I understand why it went that way. And I thought, first fight, anything can happen if it's close. But I actually didn't think it was as close as
Okay.
maybe sort of like was looked at and sort of like scored for. I didn't think it was as close as that, and I was thinking, oh well, either way, I'd won a bet. I'd won something.
Okay.
I'd only
And what
put
about the count? And what about the long count when what was his name?
yeah,
Madar.
Fury went down. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Do you
mean
think?
that
What do you think on that?
I was shouting like mad. Yeah, it was quite a decent count, but he did give he did give instructions and said he'd do a proper count before the fight. He did say it's not going to be a quick count, it's going to be a steady count, blah, blah, blah. Unless you've got a
Okay.
stopwatch there, it's never going to be bang on. And people are
Okay.
always going to say it's all about perceptions, isn't it, of time?
And
Yeah.
what do you think? What do you think of the fact that the referee in the third Wilder Fury fight was changed 4 days before the fight? Did you know that?
Yeah, and it was slightly interesting, but do you know that particular fight? It wasn't like I don't know. I mean, I suppose, yeah, you could say there was could have been some kind of angle, but I do believe that a draw was very beneficial to the whole thing.
I always believe that. Well, I always, I understand they've got rematch clauses in their contracts, and this is no specific fight. But I'm always very sceptical on a draw, and I wonder what the motivations are on having a draw.
Well,
You
that's
know,
the reasons I believe what I've just said. It's got to be to make a double or a pair of fights or a trilogy, which it ended up being a trilogy. And look at all the circus and all the money generated after. If they didn't make that a draw,
yeah. Tony,
really,
sorry,
the rematch clause,
yeah, exactly.
really, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And Tony Martin, Tony Gill Martin, I wanted to have you heard, there's a rumour going round, or whether it's true, I don't know, that Alexander Usyk is going to relinquish his titles. And I said this a couple of weeks ago over at Drew's. I mentioned it, and again, everyone laughed at me. And I said, listen, don't be surprised if Usyk don't hand back his title. And everyone went, oh, you're mad, you're crazy. But Tony Gilmartin, have you heard that today? I saw something mentioned on Twitter that someone made reference to Usyk might be relinquishing his heavyweight titles. I just wondered if anyone's heard anything about that. We must be coming up to the end of the Lomachenko fight. So what's going on there then?
Yeah, I mean, I used to get them all the time, the fights and whatnot. And, I was thinking of getting my setup sorted where I am now to do that. But do you know what it is? Pretty much fucking within minutes of it finishing, it's online anyway nowadays. So, I was going to go for a lot of messing around to watch them at the 2 minutes after. But when I'm all organised and everything's sorted out tickety boo, I will probably be watching it live again because it's I think it's the way to watch boxing, to be honest. But yeah, okay, yeah. So I did hear a bit about that art, but isn't that something to do with his situation or something in the
I know
Ukraine
I
or
don't know
something?
what the circumstances are. I just see someone make reference to
Or is that because there was Fury, yeah, kind
yeah.
of like called him out a bit, didn't he? But then there was no substance or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like a lot of messing around, wasn't it? And I don't know. I haven't been following
I
it
don't know. I
closely.
just thought, it occurred to me a few weeks ago. I thought, hang on a minute. Don't be surprised if Usyk hands his belt back in. I wasn't sure. And then everyone laughed at me, but someone made reference to it today, and I can't remember whether it was in a tweet or whether someone wrote an article about it or made comment about it. And it's something that probably will develop. Tony Gilmartin says it's round 9, close fight. Is it over 12? Is it over 12?
Yeah, it will be 12. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a bit. I'm still astonished that you. I can't believe you like this, but you won't watch it live.
No, I know. I mean, if you had it on live and were telling me, I wouldn't mind. But actually visually watching it and seeing it unfold, right? Oh dear, no, it's not really for me. I can't be doing with it, honestly.
It's fucking astonishing to me that
That's true. It's true. I've always been like that.
yeah,
I've,
it is. It's like it's something that I don't know. It's just bizarre. I say it how it is, mate. It's bizarre to me that if I could be watching it live right now, or you know what I mean, it was there, I'd be watching it second for second. And like that, I believe that is the real fun of it. Clint, have you been watching it or not? I don't know whether you bothered getting it or anything. But no, I think with me, I used to get certain fights. I did like all the Fury fights. I watched all of them live. And obviously UFC, Conor McGregor, I do like that. Even though he's not the best, but certain UFC cards I will, I used to put on. And, I mean, difficult. difficult, but I have to watch it in the moment. You know, if it's really of interest to me. But I can't understand how you don't like that bit.
No, I know. What I do enjoy as well, though, I do enjoy listening to people who actually know about what they're talking about with boxing and UFC and that. Plastic Paddy, Eno, Steve, Drew
Yeah,
Titan, Stormy B Man. I love listening to people to get their different perspectives, and that's how I learn things rather than listening to commentators and what even when I watch fights back. But yeah, and that's what I quite like about boxing. Listening to people on the street who've actually got a lot of experience and are
yeah.
not sort of not like those wooden characters we see on mainstream media.
Drew Titan, it rings a bell with me, that name. I can't
Yeah,
think.
he's very, very, very good on boxing. Honestly and truthfully, he does a show every day at 2:30 in the afternoon. He's in New York. And in fact, he invited me on once, and he was the person who got me over 1,000 subscribers. And
Yeah.
I've met some lovely people there. They've all been lovely. They really have. And Stormy B Man is he's a scholar. He knows all about boxing and the history of boxing, and that's really good. And I gain a lot of valuable information and insights from those people. And again, Steve Plastic Paddy. He's got
Yeah, yeah.
a good insight into the history of boxing, history of MMA, and I've learned a hell of a lot listening to him, and also about and also this Celtic. He knows a lot about, and I've listened to him before when he's
Okay, yeah, he's got a real understanding of a lot of different sports, and he's very good at the angles and betting.
yes,
You know,
yeah, yeah,
I wouldn't really, you know, I told you about my spread betting tactic for boxing, yeah? And it's like he knows about betting on UFC and a few other different football and things like that. He's more like about the round, what type of finish, this and
and you
that.
know,
And he's
and that's
very,
it. Yeah.
very accurate.
Yeah, see, I don't think about when he talks about the betting, but when he starts talking about the reasons why he thinks a fighter's going to win or the reasons why a fighter's not going to win, that's where for me it becomes very interesting, and it's a very good lesson, and I take something away from that and remember it when I see that fighter again. I think, oh yeah, Celtic said this. Oh yeah, it's true. Look, and so that's yeah. I mean, I can try and get something off of everyone from their opinions. And although he approaches it from a betting point of view, the reasons he gives why he would support a certain fighter, that's what I find most interesting. Come on, we must be round 10 now. So it looks like it's going to go all the way then, this Lomachenko fight. Who's he fighting? Anyone good? Ortiz, isn't it? Is this Ortiz any good?
Yeah, you know, like I say, I ain't got my finger totally on the pulse, so I don't like to comment, you know, when I don't think I've got that much to add, if you know what I mean. I was really stuck perfectly on the pulse, God, 18 months ago. And it's kind of like drifted away. You've got to be on it constantly. And Tony Gilmartin probably is that guy at the moment. But yeah, Lomachenko, like, you know, and who he's going to fight and the quality and everything around him, no, I'm not so sure. I knew Lopez and all the rest of it, but no, I wouldn't like to say. Cause,
Oh, 11. Yeah, 11. 11 now. Loma is just ahead. Okay, so he's counting it down. Yeah, and listen, everyone, if you enjoy what Cool Tools and I are talking about, and that, please buy him a cup of coffee. You know what I mean? It don't hurt, does it? I mean,
a brandy.
Oh, it's a
It's a
brandy.
brandy.
Okay, please
Yeah.
buy him a brandy. Yeah, buy
Yeah.
him one. You know what I mean? Why not? I mean, it doesn't hurt, does it? If you enjoy us talking, and that it doesn't hurt to offer support.
Now I'm
So we
trying to, you know, if I got a bottle of brandy out of it a week, it'd be something, wouldn't it? You know, that's all. A bottle of brandy and a few cokes a week, I'll be happy with that. I'm not
yeah,
a greedy
exactly.
man, you know.
Exactly. Well, if everyone else is doing it, why shouldn't you? And now, any news on the Jake Paul Anderson fight? Is that started yet, or is that still to come? So Tony Gilmartin, and sorry, Tony, I keep asking you all these questions. Any news on the Jake Paul Anderson fight? I think Jake Paul's going to win
Is
if
that
it's.
on your opinion, Tony? Just it's your opinion, because you know when in a fight, yeah.
Mm,
I used to go on this regular website. I told you it's the one where we're trying to get to 1,000 through the LBDC, and it was like pulling teeth to get to the first 1,000, even with all this support. Well, yeah, absolute experts, and you pick your fighter before the fight started, and then you pick your fighter and you say what decision you think it'd be, distance or whatever. You know what I mean? You pick your fighter, and then after the fight had ended, you know, there'd be a digress of that. You know, you go through it and you kind of think, oh, we go back to that and we say the reasons why. And if you're wrong, they call it eating crow. And yeah, loads of them were experts, but tell you what, they weren't always agreeing. And they knew their shit. And let me tell you, you think, oh, well, he's got five. And, you know, at the moment, it's like he's only won 3 rounds. He's won five, and that would be the masses in the chat would probably agree in it as the fight's going along, and you think, oh yeah, he's got it, you know, or there's 2 3 rounds into it, but then he comes, you know, go distance, and then a decision happens, and it goes totally against what you were thinking, you know, and that is being surrounded by loads of experts who know the shit in the chat. And the commentator on the channel, and you know the presenter, you know the guys that run the channel, and all of them. In it, honestly, they are experts, and it's like they don't ever get it. They don't always get it right. You know, it's very difficult, but often it does go the way they think. But yeah, it's very difficult to second guess a boxing fight, even if it looks a certain way. You'll know, Tony. They just turns around and decisions what, and that's when it gets all the God. It's a fix. You know, it's bloody this, it's that, the other, and that's the thing with boxing. It's very hard to tell if it goes a distance. It's difficult to tell which way it's going to go.
well, to me, boxers um, are the ultimate athletes because they train like Olympians, right? And then when they participate, they get hit. I mean, they really are. They are the ultimate athletes in my book. You know, boxers and you know UFC fighters, or you know, physical. You know that physical contact sport. They are the ultimate. I know runners and all these other people are very, very good athletes, but to actually train and at the end of it, people are going to, you know, physically attack you. Is
Well,
you know,
it's my granddad. Yeah, he you know he's around me. He was in my life till we passed away, 1990, late '93, and it's like plenty of time for him to, you know, he's taught me a few moves, a few bit of pad work here and there, but in the back garden or around the shed. Let me tell you, him letting me go into boxing, no chance. He always said a good offense is built around a good defense. He was known for that. He didn't have a perfect record. He's fought a lot of the greats, you know, all the rest of it. But the thing is he didn't want me to go in it whatsoever because there's so many pitfalls, not just the management stuff. It's getting hit. It's one lucky punch that really ruins your life forever, you know, or you make it. It's all very, very risky. It's all high risk. And if you went into a casino and they said, right, we're going to give you 10 grand, and whatever you come out with is your life for the rest of it, yeah? You could come out with 10 million, you know, after gambling this 10 grand. You could come out with fucking minus, you know, you borrowed a load of money from the casino against, you know, you as a person. You know, you could have done whatever. You could have come out with 5 grand. You could have come out with absolutely nothing. You know, the whole thing. Would you do it? A couple of times a year or whatever. Would you do it? I'm talking your whole life, as it is. You know, your whole life. You know, we've just used an analogy of 10 grand. But I mean, it's your whole life. Yeah, going in somewhere within that day, you come out and you do with what you're left with, and that's what boxing's like, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know,
it's a brutal sport though. It's
yeah,
called, and people who like professional boxers who have to have two jobs to sustain themselves. Things like horrible people like, well, not horrible people like Jake Paul are taking the bread and food out the mouth of hundreds of professional boxers by turning it into a freak show, an exhibition thing. I mean, what do you think?
well, there is that with this Eubank thing. Bloody hell, doesn't look good.
Although to be fair, Jake Paul is bringing boxing to the attention of a different group of people. So in that respect, but to be honest with you, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of professional boxers who work hard, train hard, okay, and get very little out of the game. Oh, the fight's over. Here we go. So it's to the judges' scorecard. What do you think then, Tony? Do you think it'll be a unanimous decision or will it be a split decision?
I think split decision in
Right?
Loma.
Do you think Loma will get it on split decision? Well, I don't know because I haven't seen it. I mean, I can only go by what Tony Gilmartin said.
I don't.
So,
I mean, to be honest, to me at the moment, I wouldn't know. Try that, mate. That should be all right. It's the same
Tony,
link.
yeah, Tony Gilmartin says Lomachenko he thinks going to win. Okay,
Yeah, I said
was
Loma.
this for any titles or was this just was this a title fight or was this just a fight an eliminator or something like that? What
I
was
don't
up?
know. Do you
What's
know
up?
what? You right, fucking Turbo.
Go on.
You keen all the information off every other fucker around you, so you don't have to study it.
Yeah, I know. I know. And if you noticed on my live, I say, listen, can someone go and check this out on Google? I could do it, but I'm talking now. Yeah, and then they come back and tell me, and then I say it as if I've gone and looked, and I know that I do it all the time. I can't like next time I'm on a live, I should be talking about the Lomachenko fight as if I was ringside, right? But it's only because Tony Gilmartin's told us about it. No belts in this fight, close. Well, is that a good thing then? I mean, or is that a disappointment then for Lomachenko?
Hey, tell you what, we might get a fucking draw. I'll be pissed off then.
Yeah, you will, because you missed it. Mm. Have you got much on for today then, Cool Tools? Are you meeting with the family or anything?
Yeah, I've just got one member coming, but I've got to talk with my dad in a bit over this other thing. Um, I talked to him earlier, but he was doing something, so he's fucking on the oxygen, isn't it? So it's hard for him to get loads of stuff done like he used to. He's on the oxygen because of the fucking asbestos and all that bollock.
Yeah. Does he not get anyone to come in and give him any help then?
No, I got my mum there. My mum and dad's still together, and my mum's like a soldier, mate. And like my mum's mum, fucking my nana, let me tell you, 95 and going strong. Real strong, yeah? And it's like she caught COVID, my nana, and there's people fucking half her age passing away around her and going on ventilators and that. They put her on a ventilator for like 8 hours. Oh, you're all right. You can go home. Yeah, and it was like amazing that it seems to be that side of the family's got some great genes. And yeah, my dad though, it's more of an industrial injury, and it just makes his start up in the day very slow as well. And you wake up and you've had a mask on you all night, and a machine that sucks to your face. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All these little things surrounding that. It's fucking. It does piss me off because at the end of the day, it was just one particular place and contract that did that. Well, that helped get him that bit of his issue. Smoking would have been part of it as well, but he hadn't smoked for over 30 years. But the asbestos thing has caused the main thing, the complication, and
Yeah.
they said that'll progress. But he did smoke for some time.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
also,
he's the one with all the contacts, really. To be fair, and knows a lot of shit, gets told a lot of shit.
what, even today?
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay. And that's another thing that you pointed out to me that I didn't realise when we were talking about COPD and how many people get that when that don't
Yeah, I
smoke.
couldn't hear you. Went blank. Then repeat it, please.
Yeah, you. I say, do you remember when we were talking on Vix's channel or your channel last week about COPD, and you were telling me that lots of people get it without smoking because of the pollution?
Yeah. I mean,
Lomachenko wins.
there you go. But I wouldn't have necessarily placed a bet on that, to be fair, myself.
So Tony Gilmartin, right, going forward, how will this fight be perceived? That Lomachenko didn't put up a good performance, or that and he's not as good because aren't they trying to make a Lomachenko Devon Haney fight coming up? You'll know this, Tony. Are they trying to make a Devon Haney Lomachenko fight? And does this make that more likely or less likely? And does it make the outcome more likely or less likely that Devon Haney will win? Sorry to throw the questions at you, but I just wanted to know, Dave. And the Jake Paul fight's just started. I really hope Anderson wins. You know what I mean? He's getting old, though. I'm sorry, not getting. He's how old is Anderson? Cool Tools. Is he mid-30s?
I wouldn't know. I really don't know.
Was he a UFC champion, Anderson, or was he a traditional boxing champion?
I don't know. Anderson.
And is it Anderson de Silva? I don't know. Oh, Jake Paul's struggling. Oh, put that up on the screen. Put that on the screen, Cole. Oh, look good. Go on, Anderson. Go on. Go on. For every professional boxer out there that's struggling, go on, Anderson.
40 odds.
Good God. He's 40.
On who, Tony?
Go on, Anderson. For every professional boxer out there. Go on, smash him to pieces.
I'll fucking block you, Tony Martin, fucking pulling my pistol like that.
No, he's 40 odd years of age, I think he means, doesn't he?
Oh, right, okay. What a fucking divvy.
No. He meant he's 40. No, because remember I said how old.
Tony, oh my God.
No, I said it's
yeah, I'm a bit concerned then, pal. You know you never get blocked in here, but fucking hell. You'd have to be a very naughty boy. But
no,
Jesus,
look.
40 to 1. What? 40 odds. Jesus,
No.
Missed.
No, hang on. Yeah, years old. Here, listen, look. Galbum says he's nearly 50.
Really?
Well, right, that's it. Because I'm a guest here, Cool Tools. I'm going to go Googling, okay? So I want to see, right, Anderson. Right, how old is he?
Here we go. Fucking bam.
Yeah, look, do you know what it's pulled up? Gillian Anderson, the blinking what's name? The actress, she's 54. No, I've got to say boxer, innit? Boxer. Right, let's do that. Right, let's have a look here. 48. 48 years.
Same age as me.
Oh, my God. Well, and he's beating Jake Paul. Go on, smash him to pieces. Honestly, for every professional boxer out there, 48.
He's a gobshite, right? Though, isn't he, really? You just be honest. He's a bit of a gobshite, these Paul brothers.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just don't like it because they're sucking money and things out of the sport, right? When there's hundreds of boxers, if not thousands, of professional boxers struggling to put food on the table every week, and we're getting these freak shows coming in, turning it into a circus. That's the only thing I've got against it.
They do, don't they? So, yeah, I do understand that. It's like they have kind of put a circus thing around it, haven't they? In that sense. But then some people like all that, because, there's lots of people that are anorak boxing fans. They just want something to go and watch, and it's like they're not true boxing fans. They're like, casuals in a way, and it doesn't necessarily matter who it is. It's like, oh well, yeah, Jake Paul, yeah, it'd be a bit of a laugh, and we'll go and get pissed and watch this in the pub or whatever. And it's a bit like that. And as long as they can fight a bit, you know what I mean, they seem to get away with it. And they
Yeah.
make big money, man. They're making big money. It takes away from the real boxing game, I believe. But and I think promoters like Eddie Earn and all that shouldn't really entertain them type of fights. But it's all about the dollar, isn't it?
Well, it would be okay, Cool Tools, if they had it as a standalone exhibition kind of fighting process that wasn't anything to do with the mainstream, with anything to do with
It's a
professional.
real professional game, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If it was something completely separate, you go okay, and then that's what it, because everyone has got their eyes open, knowing what they're looking at. But to try to mix it in with professional boxing, I think is a mistake, and it takes away money that should be in professional boxing for boxers. So
Yeah,
that's
that's perfect. Really, that's a perfect analogy of it. Really, that's it, because they've cleverly, from their perspective, cleverly dipped into the real fans of the real game,
yeah,
and because it's all about grabbing the money, isn't it?
yeah.
From generating the money and the support and all the rest of it from whatever area, and they seem to have done it very well. The way they've kind of dropped into it. I'd like to imagine that boxing fans wouldn't have stood for it overall, and certain element have. That's it. Fact.
Well, also you got to remember this weekend we had the professional ones with Katie Taylor yesterday. Today we've got just a fight with no belts with Lomachenko, so he's got all the audience there who just want to watch.
Yeah, but it's like I just believe that they've diluted it all in a sense for a bit of it's the showmanship part of boxing that they've kind of jumped on in a lot of ways. It's that element, and then they put a little bit of skill and a little bit of it, the rest of it into it. Whereas the real, it's all about the build up with them guys, I feel.
Yeah,
And
well,
all that
you
stuff,
mentioned
the drama.
Yeah, you mentioned showmanship, right? They used to have. Do you remember they used to have a boxer at the fairgrounds and people that
Yeah, the
remember?
boxing booths. I've been talking about that for some time.
Yeah, when did that end? When was the last time you can remember that they had them at the fairground boxing booths? How long ago would that be?
Oh, it
30,
was at a
40?
whole fair. It was at a
What?
whole fair, and it was Aunt Ma. She had the boxing booth, but there was a lot of controversy around the boxing booth later on. Things got a bit politically correct, and there was a few issues here and there. And my granddad worked the boxing booths from sort of like 14 years old. That's really where he got a lot of his training and his skills. The boxing booth. And what it would be, you get the local hard man, yeah, come, and everyone would pay whatever it was, a shilling or a bloody pound or whatever it was, the rate was. They'd pay to watch, and then also they'd have the local hard man or whoever come to fight one of maybe 5 fighters that were in the stable of the person that had the boxing booth, yeah. So they get, and make sure it's similar weight, all that type of stuff. He'd have a stable of maybe 10, 12 fighters, but what it was is he'd have, say, 3 of each sort, yeah? Heavy, middle, and lightweight. And then he'd match up this local hardman. This local hardman could win, say, a fiver, yeah? If he won. And it'd be 3 rounds, odd number, funnily enough.
Yeah.
3 rounds, and that would be it. And my granddad worked the boxing booths for years. I'm talking from like it must have been mid-30s. Was it mid-30s? Yeah, about mid-30s. Right through to well, he became professional, you know, in the late 30s. But yeah, he worked the boxing booths, and it helped in a lot of ways, you know, um, sparking forward, get him a lot of experience. But yeah, the local hard man will come, you know, have a chance of winning a fiver, or there'd be two people wanting to settle a score from the local area, they'd allow that to happen, different things, and everyone would pay whatever to watch. And it was a money spinner. Aunt Ma, a woman, used to run one of the last boxing booths in them times. Now they've redone it. There's somebody down. He has like events, which include the
Okay.
boxing booth. Yeah,
Yeah. P.
and it's
Doyle.
down Essex and that.
Hey, Doyle, have a look at the comment. Doyle said that he thinks they still do it in Australia.
They still do it in the UK.
What do they wear? What
Yeah,
boxing
that's what I
boots?
was just saying. Essex, down Essex way. Yeah, there was somebody who bought a boxing booth, but yeah, generally fairgrounds now they don't do it on the fair. Yeah, on the gaff because lots of different reasons. Yeah, um, but anyway, the boxing booth was bought by someone, and he would do because bare knuckle came in. You see, he started doing bare knuckle events in a using a boxing booth down Essex somewhere, and yeah, I forget what the guy's called, but yeah, similar thing. It works. It works the same way as it would have back then. But there's a period where there's no chance of running a boxing booth in any county in the country. But now it's kind of accepted at special events. You can rent it and have it at your bloody your birthday party or your wedding if you want.
Hey, we talk what?
Oh man, opening you up here, Turbo. Eh? We're gonna have one down on the beach. That's the
Sorry.
idea.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, you could do, couldn't you? Oh, I see. So instead
Yes,
of that,
you come into dinner and a boxing match.
yeah.
But yeah, you can rent it and they'll bring it and they'll set it up and all that. And yeah, you can have it at your event.
Do you know what? And maybe I mean, some people might not agree with me, but I think that they should bring back. I think they should bring back schoolboy boxing for boys and girls. Okay, at school in a controlled environment, and they should, that should be part of the curriculum.
Well, it's funny how you say that.
I don't mean to be rude, and I know they don't like violence, but this is not about violence. It's
No,
about the
no, no,
art of
no.
boxing and keeping fit and a different direction. I think they should bring back schoolboy boxing for boys and girls. What do you think?
Okay,
Go on in.
it's so funny you say that. It's so funny. The first time my granddad ever did boxing was in the schoolyard in East London, where they were originated from. In the schoolyard, the teacher used to do boxing classes as PE. Yeah,
Yeah.
20s and 30s. You know, they used to do. He had a lot of anger because his father was killed on the Somme. He grew up without a father, so it was him, his sister, and his brother who kind of like felt like they were the protection for the family. And you know, his mother did a couple of stalls doing flowers, baked potatoes, teas, coffees, newspapers, that type of thing, and outside a couple of tube stations. And they were trying to get shut down before, you know, shut down like I explained before. But yeah, he first time he ever did anything like that was on the playground. And it's documented somewhere as well. Someone was telling me it's documented where they show kids doing it in PE in the UK. But now I don't know. I mean, no idea whether they'd even consider doing it. I know rugby was like duh, taken out straight away. They tried doing flag rugby where you have flags at each side of your hip, and the person chasing you would get the flag, and then that would class as a tackle. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that kind of thing. They tried to tone down rugby, but no, they ended up banning rugby, didn't they, in all schools? because of injuries and things like that, and you know. But no, boxing, I have no idea. But that's what used to happen. It used to happen in school. I don't know whether you're aware of that.
Yeah, no, I do. That's what I was just at the tail end of it in the 1970s. Right, so you had to go to a boxing club for schoolboy boxing, but they used to have boxing as part of the curriculum, and it was the art of boxing. It was keeping fit, and it wasn't about being aggressive. It was a way of channeling aggression. And I just think, especially now with the development of women's boxing and all of this, why haven't we got boxing as part of the curriculum in all schools, you know, for boys and for girls?
I'm a big believer of stuff like national service and stuff like that's got to help, hasn't it? With boxing in schools, you know. Them
Well,
kind of
okay,
things. We've got them kids at loose ends, especially boys, yeah, and they've got no guidance or no plan or drive. You know, a bit of boxing in school is gonna just take that energy away, a bit of aggression, and then they're not gonna want to be going out where the gangs are and knocking around the estate or whatever.
well, yeah, exactly that. Plus the fact that it teaches discipline, and then on your subject, you say you agree with national service. I would say I could get on board with that if it didn't have to just be military. So you could do national service by doing voluntary work or doing some other kind of thing, not just
Yeah,
being in the
Red
military.
Cross, anything.
Sorry?
Red Cross work, anything.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now see, now we broaden up because when you say national service, everyone just assumes you mean soldiers and that. But if you broaden it out and say no, people give something to society by devoting some kind of national service right across the board, then there I can see the attraction to that rather than the jingoism and nationalism with say military. But if you broaden it out, it includes everyone in society to give something back as a national service. Well, that's, you know, maybe the king could do something about that then, you know, get people involved, you know,
You
things
know,
like.
the problem is these youngsters, yeah, having no real prospects, you know, a lot of time on their hands at certain points of the day and weekend. You know, nothing much to do. They can't, you know, some of the parents can't afford to send them to sports or don't know anyone to get them involved in something. And it's like, they're the ones you need to target. If they've got a plan and they're gonna do this, do an apprentice, do that, do an apprenticeship, whatever, well then, you know, so be it. But if they haven't, yeah, you've got to try and guide them in some way, especially boys, yeah? You've got to try and guide them into an area and hopefully they're gonna find something they like and maybe learn a bit about themselves to know what direction they want to go in, because it's lack of direction, lots of time on their hands, and no money, all the rest of it. Then somebody comes up on a nice brand new, you know, electric mountain bike, whatever, and says, "Here, um, I've just made this much money." Shows them a wedge, yeah, you know, a wedge that they've never seen personally before, and it's like, you know, "Hey, do you want to earn this much in so much time and all that?" That's the way it goes, and then they get offered a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know, here you can borrow this bike, but if you do this all week, I'll get you an electric bike you can use, and you'll earn this much money. Well, before you know it, they're hooked in getting involved. It doesn't mean they're going to be a drug user, but it gets them involved, doesn't it?
And also though, things like, as you say, boxing in schools for children, some kind of national service where you're giving something back, apprenticeships, they all help young people, right, in the learning about decision making. And so good decisions, bad decisions. And so that process would certainly help with their development. And I don't think they're a bad thing, although, you know, I'm not advocating violence, you know, quite the contrary. But I really believe they should have boxing as part of the curriculum in all schools for
Yeah,
boys and girls.
because lads, I mean, obviously it'll be girls as well now, but you know, lads, you know, it's an aggression thing, and you know, it kind of knocks the stuffing out of them a bit, in a controlled environment, so they ain't gonna feel pent up and angered and full of testosterone when another situation comes along which they may handle wrongly, yeah? And then that gets them in trouble, involved, whatever. You know, and that's what it's about. It's about preventing that.
Yeah.
Because they're pent up. You know, I really believe fucking young kids now, they're up against it. You know, it's awful for them. I could really tell you some shit, you know, that, you know, particularly my own son, you know, had to deal with. And luckily he's seen in a certain light, which is quite good. In a lot of ways, it kind of like takes a bit of pressure off him. But still, it's there. You know, you know, there's kids, his fucking mates from school, you know, 100 grand cars earning 20 grand a week, got 10 people working for him, and this and that, and offering to take him on holiday and pay for it all. And you know, I'm glad I managed to get through to him and he listens to me. But it's all them kids where the parents aren't able to do that, or they live in a chaotic household. And a lot of them are lucky to have a fucking bed to sleep on. Let's be honest. That's what's wrong with this country. Needs to be a bit more control where that's concerned in them key years. Them key years are everything to lads, especially. Girls as well, but you know, especially to lads. It's fucking easy. It can take a matter of a week to turn a kid round into going a 180 into the worst direction.
So yeah, someone here has said on Twitter, I don't know if it's true, they said that Jake Paul, or is it their opinion, Jake Paul has won the fight 78-73. I don't know what that means, and they're saying that he looked good. But I mean, I don't know, but
Well,
we
somebody
still.
said that he looked like he was getting beat at one point.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, yeah, we're waiting for
He's come
Tony
back
Gill.
only a bit, you know, he must have come back.
I don't know. We're waiting for Tony Gilmartin to come through with the result. So maybe that's only just dropped on Twitter. Maybe it wasn't.
I'm sorry if I waffled on a bit about, you know, that other subject, you know, when it comes to these youngsters coming up. But I tell you what, it's something I am very passionate about, and I do feel I've got quite right. You know,
Well,
because
yeah. I mean, listen, their opinions. I mean, their opinions, and I mean, you know, I've thrown it out there. Not everyone will agree with them. But you know, I just think that maybe, you know, having school children having boxing as part of the curriculum, boys and girls, I think would be a positive thing. Here you go. Here, he was right. 78-73, Paul.
Oh, wow.
So Jake Paul won that. Well, whether that's Tony, now you got the result. Can you tell me, right? What do you think? Do you agree with that? If you don't, why don't you agree with it? You know, we'd like to know.
Don't you think, though, as well, like the claims culture and kids getting injured and all that, yeah, you know, that's what puts these schools off and academies for putting on stuff like boxing, you know? They're not going to want to put boxing on and all that when, you know, the parent, you know, kid comes home, got bloody bust eye socket or something like that, and you know, they're complaining, I'm suing you and all this shit. Then they got a big legal thing going on. That's what puts the schools off about going back to that. You know, and parents do nowadays, they do sue the schools and everything. So
Yeah.
that's why I believe that type of things are unlikely to happen. I think, you know, the boys, you know, like the boys clubs, the boys boxing clubs, there's a few of them where I live, and they are successful. And it's like, I think that's probably the way that, you know, they're going to get through. But it's guiding from school to that. If it's straight after school and there was some kind of route that guaranteed they went, or they got half an hour off at the end of the day to head to the, you know, to go to the boxing club, and that last half an hour, even though you're going to a different place, is still part of the school day. maybe that would work. I don't know, but it's a difficult thing because things are a lot different, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things. We've all got different opinions and that. Can you just give me a minute? I'm just going to go and make a quick sandwich. Do you mind?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just saw on the screen. What's that? They've got a drone going up over the sea. Oh, it's to rescue someone. And what are they dropping him? They're dropping him a life aid device from a drone. Not just finding him, they've dropped a device. Basically a tube, so they can help him swimming in the water. That's pretty good from a drone. It looked like it was carrying something quite heavy at one point, but no, it's full of air. Now, Nate Diaz is quite funny. Yeah. Anyone see the time when that guy was trying to interview him a few weeks back, and he fucking starts giving a few jabs? I think he jabbed him once, hit him, but he didn't really give him the full thing, and then jabbed him again, kind of give him the stare. Listen, Prow, fucking get away from me. And I think that was enough. The guy didn't want to know. He hadn't even given him half of what he could probably give him in them three. On YouTube, Doyle, it won't be long later on. I'll have to get my son's fight against the ex-US UFC fighter John Hathaway. Let's have a look for it. Okay, we've got it. So here's the link, ladies and gentlemen, for Catch Wrestling Final, World Final. My boy and ex-UFC fighter. I think the ex-UFC fighter because he had the big name and the big profile. Don't know, my son had him first, but long story short, down to experience. There's the link. But yeah, it was close. But yeah, he felt like he got mugged, my son, at the latter bit, and he knows all about that. But the thing is when you feel a certain way when you do the business and you know you got someone, but I don't know. the ref was either a bit blind or he kind of had a bit of a, you know, first catch wrestling world finals, you see, and they needed high profile people. People come from all around the world, and one of them stayed at ours, American guy, and it was like, I think, you know, they're trying to make it a worldwide thing, and sometimes I don't know. I think it was like if it was close, yeah, put it that way, because it's the profile of the person. You know, my boy's only up and coming. You know, he was British champion before COVID in his weight, but it's like that ain't gonna speak as loud as a UFC fighter. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, and that actually came from somebody with a lot of experience who's in the know. You know, it's close, but he said it was damn close, but really, my boy should have had it. Oh, plenty of brandy left at the moment, mate. Yeah, I've only had one glass out of it, probably double, maybe treble. First one. Was he quite good? I never followed him. Someone told me about him as well, you know. I do remember him, but I can't say I had a great opinion, to be fair. You know, but he's a lot more older, a lot more experienced, you know, and everything like that. So,
I'm back,
yeah.
Tools.
All right,
I'm
mate.
back. Sorry I was so long. Sorry I was
All
so
right,
long.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm just saying to the chat about, you know, the person my son got put up against the ex-UFC guy, and it's like, you know, it is what it is, and he needed calming down a bit, my son, because he's not really the over-emotional type, but he was a bit pissed at that, you know, and it's like, I had him, Dad, I had him, you know I had him, you know, and all that, you know what I mean? He was a bit angry, felt like he was angry with himself, but he felt like he had him, and he didn't get what he should have got out of it. It's a difficult thing, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But I said, put it down to experience and don't let it happen again. That's all you can do in sports.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you are fighting the bigger person. You know, not weight wise. It's more about the profile and fucking experience and all that. It all comes into it. And you know, I said if you're going along steady, you know, you ain't gonna be winning the World Cup every day. Do you know what I mean? In anything, it's all about steady progress and then getting there and cementing yourself. And I've always thought that, you know, about sports. I've done a few myself and different things, and it's like hard. You think you've got the best instructor, the best, you know, the best this, or you've got the best kick, or that, the other. But no, there's always someone better. And obviously, it's a little bit, it's a little bit kind of, in a way, I thought it was a bit unfair, a mismatch with experience, but that's how it goes. But I'm not going to cry anymore. God, fucking hell.
Mm.
I put it up there in the link. You know, the fight with the ex-UFC guy.
Oh, okay, I'll click on it.
Yeah. So what are you eating?
Cherry cake and ham and hummus sandwich on
Ah,
granary bread.
same as last night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, funny that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hummus. I can't put something to it. Hummus.
Yeah, it's Greek, isn't it? It's like it's made of chickpeas. Who is this fight I'm watching? Called Tools? John Hathaway v Soul Simons.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Sorry, which one's your boy?
The other one.
There's two of them, so I don't know which one.
Soul. Come on, man.
Oh, so okay, so he's your boy. Oh, okay, right, okay.
I don't put it out there for the people, but like absolutely saying it, spelling it out. I know what you mean, though, but yeah,
Yeah, I'm just watching it. Yeah, oh, that's good, isn't it?
he's a bit chubby there, to be honest. To what he was, but he did plenty of time fucking trying to shed the weight. He shed 9 kilo before that. He got a bit chubby, during the lockdowns and all that.
Hmm. And he's still doing now. He's still training now? Is he?
Yeah, he just won a competition today, and he had the Olympic coaches and assessors watching. They weren't there just for him; they were there for the whole people in all the competition. But they're the Olympic. He's been on 3 training weekends for the Olympic team, but he's also had an injury at that time as well, a bit of a shoulder injury, which he's trying to work through. But I know it's painful because I've had one myself.
Mm-hmm. And what does his diet consist of then? What is it? Does he have to eat special food?
He's on the chicken, the rice, the pasta, the veg, the oats, uh, whatever, the blueberries, all different, kind of stuff. But yeah, it's little and often. Because like he put on a hell of a lot of weight. He puts on weight quite fast. Yeah, sorry about the vocal support. That person in the background, she's a bit crazy, but she belongs to me. That's what I commented on more than anything. I said to her, "Who's that mad cow in the background?" You know, and like that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, she's over the top, but it's good.
Oh,
That's,
I'm watching it with the sound down.
yeah, no, somebody said to me, Doyle. There's a lot of people there for him. He sold a lot of tickets. Unfortunately, one of them isn't there anymore due to COVID. Well, apparently due to COVID. I do believe it was that. Only 44, 43.
Is that a scar I can see on your boy's head? Has he got a scar behind?
No, that got a scar on his head.
I want to just looked at, maybe it was the light. It showed a close up of his head, and it looked like he had a scar on his head.
No, I am. No.
God blimey! Oh, okay. Oh, he's finally got him out.
Mm.
So that's what it's all about, is it? You've got to get them out the yellow square into the
There's
red.
that, and there's pinning them, and you got to pin them on the ground. Blades on the ground. My son thought it said he had him the first time, which I believe he did, but Hadaway's a much more higher profile. Come back from America, sort of trying to cut his game around the UK. In all these different events, whether it be MMA, bare knuckle, catch wrestling, Krogan wrestling, whatever. It's like it's how you can make your money. He got paid a lot of money for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Hadaway, he must have got. I bet he drew $5,000 off of that. Winning and all that as well. I bet he drew $5,000. Problem that the real thing as well that's hard is the other
Oh,
two.
hang on a minute, Cool Tools. Kenzie's just come in. Good night, God bless. But she's been delivering puppies. How many came out? Are they all? And is Mummy okay, Kenzie? You can't go without telling us about the puppies. Remember, she was saying about the puppies last night.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
how'd you get on, Kenzie? Well, sorry, Cool Tools. It's just she left that comment in now.
Anyway, yeah. So 70 kilogram area. Nice to see you, Kenzie. Very good. Very good. Did you say Oh, I wasn't sure whether thing is there. But no, yeah, it's just a funny old thing. He's done a few of the contact sports as well. But yeah, that Hathaway, he goes around doing whatever he can get money out of. And because of his UFC, that's always going to be a benefit to him, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to use it through promotion and You know, they were saying it all the time. Ex-UFC fighter John Holloway, you know, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Because it's like it makes the event seem more, you know, bigger. You know, bigger stars. Yeah, it did have a lot of people from America. You know, and they were all professionals and stuff. So,
How
but
old?
yeah,
How old is your boy, Cool Tools?
22, 22.
Oh, he's a baby.
Yeah,
Mm,
he's a good baby, a fucking
mm.
good boy. I'm not bragging 'cause he's my son. And listen, all he's done that really matters is he's fucking listened and he's understood what the pitfalls are.
Yeah,
You know, not just it's him, you know, the whole thing. You got to give lads a reason why. It's no good shouting at them and fucking, you're not going out there, you're not going there, you're not going hang around work. They're just gonna resent you and all the rest of it. You got to try and make them realise, but without getting on them too much. Enough of the fathering skills. I just got to do something a minute, yeah.
hmm Well, no, I agree. I mean, my boy, when he trained, and he's an engineer. Okay, he gets up every day, he goes to work. Right, his partner, she's gone and trained, and she's also working for the same big multi-global company as a different kind of engineer. Right, they got two beautiful children, my grandchildren. Okay, and so you know they're on the straight and the narrow. They get a good wage, comes in, they pay their bill. They don't take drugs. They don't don't get involved in any criminality. And for me, that is my greatest achievement. Is that my boy is as straight as a gun barrel. You know, he's honest as the day is long. He wouldn't do anything. You know, he wouldn't. He wouldn't buy smuggled tobacco or duty free or anything. You know, everything is legitimate. He wouldn't buy anything cheap or whatever. He goes to the legitimate shop. Everything is done legitimately. And for me, that is the greatest achievement that I've managed to do with my boy. And Kenzie, Kenzie, beautiful, lovely. Look at that. 3 girls, all good. Mum, great. My daughter's Pom. Pom. What's Pom mean? Is that some? My daughter's Pom. My daughter. I don't know what that means, Kenzie, or am I just reading it stupid? My daughter's Pom. But anyway, lovely news. So 3 little puppies, 3 girls. Okay, and the mum is doing good. Oh, that's lovely. And so you were going to go and get your head down, are you now, Kenzie? Yeah, well, you deserve it. Lovely. What does POM mean, Kenzie, if you're still there? POM. Point of... Oh, I don't know. I'm not good at these abbreviations. I'm going to have to get a book so that I can keep looking up what it means. I know what that means. GNGB now. Good night, God bless. And the other one is SMH. Shake my head. Morning, serial thriller. Yeah. Cool Tools is here. He's just gone off to do something. I don't know what he's doing. Not pouring himself another brandy. He might be making something to eat because I've just had something to eat. You got to eat to sustain. And I've worked out that, you know, I've got things that I like. Granary bread with the ham and hummus, bit of cherry cake and a nice creamy coffee. You know, and it gets you through, you know, doing these lives all night. Like we do. So it's not been a bad night then, has it, really? Oh, Pomeranian. Okay, Pomeranian. I don't know. Are they big dogs, small dogs? They're small, aren't they? Pomeranian, yeah, okay. Sorry, Kenzie. You know what I'm like. I thought it was an abbreviation for something. But that's good. Yeah, well, get your head down then. You know, get your head down. And maybe get up later on today, roast dinner. I think I'm going to cook the chicken today. We're going to have roast chicken, green beans with cheese sauce, a cabbage, some Sweden carrots, and baked potatoes. That's going to be my dinner today. But I'll have to do it later on. But we saw so Lomachenko just won. Lomachenko won the fight on decision. And Jake Paul beat Anderson on a decision, but people seem to think that Anderson done very well because he's quite old. So that going forward, so the next fight for Jake Paul will be Nate Diaz or well, someone said Canelo, but there's no way it could be Canelo. He'd kill him, wouldn't he? Canelo. I mean, Canelo against Jake Paul. Don't be so stupid. Whatever anyone thinks of Canelo, I mean, he would just knock him spark out. It's like saying Jake Paul's going to fight someone like Devin Haney or I don't know. Usyk or Deontay Wilder. Don't be so stupid. Nate Diaz might be next for Jake Paul. Honestly, I'm telling you, Canelo would destroy him. But so would many boxers right on that level. You know, you could go through the title. You know, you could go through the listings and the ratings. Okay, right, and 9 out of 10 of them on there would all destroy Jake Paul. For goodness sake, do you know what I mean? You're back now, Cold Tools. You all right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about whether to stop this and start it again.
Why?
Well, just to split it up a bit, you know.
Can do, yeah. I mean, stop it, have a breather, and then come back again. Yeah, I mean,
No,
that
it wasn't about having a breather. It was just about the length of time of stream, and for people to you know comment and stuff like that. You know, it was just you know, break it up a wee bit. That's what I'm
okay,
thinking.
stop it and start again then. Yeah, stop it and start again then. And
Brilliant,
just
Kenzie. Yeah, lovely job. I'd love to get into that or know a bit more. You know, into the breeding thing. Funnily enough, there's new life there, but unfortunately, this morning, my uncle's dog decided to go to the
dog
you know,
heaven.
the bit of fun in the sky. Yeah.
Dog heaven.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it
Oh,
had to, and he'd had it for some time, you know. But it is what it is. But yeah, then there's nice to hear new life coming along. What do they cost, Kenzie? Little Pommy.
yeah, Pomeranians. What would they be? £3,000, or is that too much? 2,000.
I don't know. Like my family would know because they're all into that. Yeah, but I don't really know. But it'd be interesting to know just before you get your head down, sweetie. I bet you keep your eye on them though. You ain't gonna sleep proper for a few hours. Yeah, I think unless you got somebody else doing the shift for you, because you want to keep them, you know, tickety boo. You've a virgin bulldog, Doyle. Fucking hell, man. You do come out of it. You're gonna tell me you're a virgin next, and should I find you a nice, pretty girl?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm a virgin. I'm virgin on the ridiculous.
Fucking, I think we all are on these streams.
Actually, no. I mean, when we were speaking last night on Vix's, you know, I actually think that going forward, these things like this, where we communicate with each other, is going to be a very, very important source of support for lots of us. All at different times. You'll need support one day. I'll need support, and
Yeah.
so I think it's very important, actually, going forward. This is not about making money. You know, I do my 2-hour podcast, and you know that's what it's there for crime and gangland. But a lot of these lives, you know, they have other different kind of benefits. I think, you know, couple of grand. Yeah, there you go. There she says, couple of grand each, and she's keeping two. So in other words, she gets a couple of grand, which I think will just cover the expenses, if that, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I will mention that to my uncle because, you know, he might be looking out for another one. Maybe not straight away. I've no idea, you know. But they do stay at home for a while, don't they, Kenzie?
3 months, isn't it?
Something like that. Yeah. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he fancies one of them.
So
He
what do you want
might.
to do then? What do you want to do then, Coltal? Do you want to close this down and start another one? I'll come
Yeah,
straight back on.
I'm gonna start another one straight away, guys. Okay.
Okay, right. Close it down then, and I'll go. We'll see you in a
Okay.
minute.
Good night, people. Thanks for coming.